Just classy Zach. Wham. Alrighty. See, bring it down. Quick. It'll be loud for me. I must just have my some audio setting up really high, because when I have my headphones in, it's like super loud anyway. Is there anyone even there? In a few moments, frankly. Moments. Alright. Let's rock that new gen. Oh my god. I love Street Fighter 3. Take a bite of fudge. Oh, I love fudge. Fudge too real. I'll find my fanny. It's fresh. Dude, it even shows a video. Why does it say offline? Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. Actually, let's totally. Oh. Offline again. I don't get that. If I let it load. Whatever. The chat works, so. And boy, here. Some people who left it open yesterday. It was take forever. Currently unavailable. That's like almost more depressing. There's somebody. Again, they might have just had it open from earlier. Anyway, finally see the chat. Let me know what's up. If you want to be heard, or if you just want to lurk. Lurk's a weird word. It is a fine way to be. Be alone together. There are introverts in the world like myself who really can't be around people very long. At least large groups. And, but we're still human. We need people. We need validation. We need love. We really, really need love. It's time to text you, though. From last night. We started on this, unwrapped it. It's really complicated UV map, which is annoying, but blocked in some stuff. This morning, I blocked in like a couple more things that I had missed. Just doing the big shapes. Then we're gonna start adding outlines and then gradients, just following all the steps we usually do. And then texturing in some more detailed stuff. Might try something fancy in here and in here. Otherwise, we'll just do that sort of smoky look again. Keep this mysterious sort of look. I wish this OST looped each track twice. I wish that was a setting in playlists, like really bad in YouTube. But they probably are like, already know people are like cheesing music on YouTube. Anyway. Not very focused yet, just worked out a little bit. That's why I'm like coughing. It's my lungs. Worked them hard. Yeah, no one's here. It's alright. But, getting retweets. I wish I would get more retweets. It's the middle of a Monday, so I can't expect too much. Let's get to it. So, what do I even want to work on first? I should just focus. Just work on the stuff I like the most. Let's hit this unlit version first. I'm going to keep looking at these vertical pillars. I love them the most. They're almost like my favorite part of this whole thing. And really, you know, if the rest of the world is full of walls, then the wall with a hole in it is, you know, its most defining feature. That's not very important to texturing, but just an interesting note. I also want this to go more quickly. I'm trying to get down a process. I'm just starting to think really technically about some of my processes. And that's something a lot of game devs do now. I think it's a big sort of quiet movement. You know, others may have even written articles, and there have been. I feel like a lot of the technical articles, though, are on like pipeline stuff that can be more easily explained, I guess, you know, through programming or whatever. If you don't know what pipeline is, it's like, I think technically it almost strictly means all the technical steps you have to do to like process an asset. See, and that's where it gets messy. But usually it's like the technical stuff, like what maps you have to do, what order you have to render them out, like before they're actually displayed on the screen or even like put into memory. Like they will go through steps where they add ambient occlusion, you know, when you have to bake in lighting and things like that. You know, putting things into texture atlases, which are, you know, another word for texture maps. And I'm just sort of jabbering on while I think about where I want to start here. But to me, pipeline means even more than that. To me, it means from before conception. So it's like before you even know what you're going to make. It's like you look at your game and think about what you need to make. It's like, okay, I want this asset, you know, I want this environment. It has a lot of staircases, and I kind of want it to be like a balcony situation, so I decided to make these open things. I did a little research into Gothic stuff. I'm trying not to copy it too much, but I copied it pretty hard with the pointed arches. I did some sketches, and then I modeled it out, you know. And then, you know, there's a big bottleneck, you might say, where we actually do the texturing, and I'm trying to improve that. Trying to use consistent values, consistent line shapes, line quality, and consistent use of gradients. Like in this one, I struggled a bit. I got too dark in places. It's easy to fix, but you know, we're trying to eliminate those steps. So, yeah, it's basically. Excuse me, sorry. I'm gonna be really clogged up today. It's from that workout and just getting dry weather here. So my first step is to do the away facing faces, the ones that face laterally, you know, up and down, vertical, but away from the view, when you would consider this as the view. And then, you know, I have a value that I do for the underside and for the top. And then I have some intermediary ones that I have a lot more of this time. You know, these are facing away, but it's facing up a little bit. And just trying to find consistent values for that. And it sounds really mechanical and boring, and it is. But a lot of this stuff is stuff that you repeat, so it's good to have a process down for that. I just think it's helpful. The art won't go anywhere. Like, you'll still be an artist, you'll still look at it, there's still plenty of ways to be expressive. You know, the original design is already really expressive, so now we're just rendering it out. And I think the more other people talk about it, the more certain things can become automated. People can just learn faster. I feel like I've already had an impact. I've had a couple people send me stuff using some of the techniques I use, and I'm real new to this. Like, I'm new to texturing, but this is just stuff that started to work for me, and we'll all grow together. So, and at the end of that track, I am noticing a couple other big bold shapes that I need to add in, so we'll go ahead and do that. Hello again. Thanks for joining me. Hello another time. Kiska. Please spell it out and correct me. People always call me Cass on things. I'm like, no, it's just Kix or Tyler. But CAS is for Culture Tech Studio, which is the name I release games under. Anyway, what I'm getting at is, you know, don't feel bad about correcting people about your name. What's important? It's like, I don't know, it's something that always bothered me. I think it's like genuinely important, but it's always something that's just bothered me since I was younger. Teachers would call me Taylor, and there's this girl, Taylor, who I really didn't like growing up, and it drove me crazy. And I had this lunch lady that called me Tyler Dork, not as a joke. Like, she was just kind of, I mean, it's, in retrospect, it's really sad. Like, I think she was, you know, suffering from, you know, some sort of dementia or Alzheimer's, and she just, thought that's how you said my name, and I hated it. You can call me Tyler Dork if you want. So Kiss Kiska, sweet, it's good. Hopefully I have the emphasis on the right syllable. That is such a teacher joke. Okay, so where we were is right in here. Correct some of these. It's actually bleeding over a bunch. Oh, because that's not straight. That's gonna be such a pain. I thought I straightened that. Oh, it looks pretty straight. It's not perfectly straight, but it's not as bad as I thought. Alright, so right here. Go whoop. Tear some of that out of there. Some of this as well. And hopefully the amount of detail will make up, detail in the geometry will make up some of the, will be made up by the fidelity, excuse me, hopefully the fidelity, you know, the extra detail in the geometry will compensate for the lack of texture space. This thing has some really small spaces. I thought about exporting at 2048 as well. It's just hard to work in it. For characters, I don't mind working a little bit bigger. You're just almost guaranteed to have a bunch of little details like this. They're just going to take longer. Or sometimes you'll just get lucky, like this octopus I made. It's just like, I textured it and it felt like 10 minutes. And everything just looked really good, and I'm like, yo. Like the lighting, because he had so many curves and stuff, so it's like the lighting just sort of took care of it. It's like, great, we're all done here. There's definitely some stuff I'll probably go and do later, but really, one of my new philosophies, a bit of a cough there, is to do good enough, and then if I hate it years down the road, because games take years, then I'll fix it. So I had a let's see, a consistent color I was using. So facing away and on top, I do this, which I believe is this color at 50%. It is, okay. So away facing, but on the top is right here. So this is an away facing edge, like coming down all the way here. And here. You know, not front facing, basically. That's what I mean by away facing. It can mean a lot of things. Obviously, there's infinity angles away from the front view, but you know, anything perpendicular or more, or you know, even less, not exactly in line to the view. But in this case, they're usually perpendicular. So we're going to go 50% of that value to compensate for the angle towards the top, because like front view and top view have the priority. So we think of, just in a general sense, lighting's coming from up top. And there's, you know, a mix of biological and like, part of our biology is literally we adapt to our surroundings. I forget the example they used when I learned about this, excuse me. But basically, like, to your surroundings and like the lighting and stuff, you just sort of learn it. Like at a very young age to what like neutral or standard is. So one of the examples you'll see, I was learning about like printers, and like they use that as an example about like how printers like calibrate. Anyway, one of the examples, it's like an old sort of video where they have like a relief of Einstein, and they have a light shining up from the bottom, but since it's like a relief, like going in, it looks three-dimensional. Like the light is on the top because it's shining up from the bottom, hitting like a concave surface. And we're so accustomed to it that, you know, light stuff is on top. That's just how it is. Either through sunlight, maybe even just innate biological things, like not even stuff that you adapt to. Anyway, that's why it works. A lot of stuff like that I always hated. It's like, well, why does it have to be lit on top? Like, light can come from anywhere. Well, a lot of that stuff can be explained as to why it looks good. It was another thing I hated was like reflected light. Like if there was no like real excuse for it, well, why are you doing reflected light? This is one of my all-time favorite songs. I love it so much. One of my favorite characters too. Selena. Push that up. Anyway, I hope to get that across to more people so they won't be caught up on it. You know, these are tools. Like it just straight up works. Like if you be honest with yourself and like you do like a little piece with like reflective light, it's like, wow, that looks more round than when I didn't have reflected light. And it's like, yeah, dog, that's just how it is. But if you know, you can get that actual explanation out there, it I think it helps. And anyway, I gave the moon example in a previous one. Like if you look at the moon, it looks super flat. It's totally not flat, but it looks like a coin in the sky. But it's because there's no reflected light, and that's what we're accustomed to as just beings. And just keep that in mind. So let's see. Dork. I'm kind of a dork, but that's power, dog. Knowledge is power. It's gonna be a dope artist. The more I know about how stuff works, why it works, use it as a tool to craft the visuals, feelings, and experiences that I want to create, and messages I want to create. Okay. So I did 50% light here, I think. No, I thought I had. I did it somewhere. I'm gonna play that track again because it's so short. See, a minute, like almost barely 2 minutes. I really wish this looped twice. I had a 50% light somewhere. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I was just about to, and then I was like, I gotta go to bed. So it was last night. Alright. Hit that up. Whoop. Keep it at 50%, and we'll hit these. I swear I did it somewhere, like in here somewhere. Anyway, we're gonna do it now. Also, what's up to the person who called me a dork? Hopefully you're just being silly. I have already run into a few trolls. I don't find trolling funny at all. Like it really bothers me. So I guess if you want to get my goat, go ahead and troll. But my experience with trolling isn't like horrible, like a lot of ladies face online. But it's pretty damaging. It's just experience with the fighting game community, which I love. But just people who hide behind it, basically, they won't be real with you, and I hate that. And they're just like, oh, I'm just joking, dog. And I'm like, well, no, it's not cool. You're talking shit to people and just making them feel bad. Anyway, like already I've had people, you know, find the stream, talk trash about the art, and I'm like, dude, I already know I'm like 20 times better than you. If you want to get competitive about art, you shouldn't. Not directly competitive, at least you should be inspired, but try not to be too competitive. Unless someone like calls you out, which is kind of exciting. Again, I come from the fighting game community, so I like a challenge and actually competing, but anyway. I just really believe in positivity and helping each other grow. Like as competitive and ruthless as I am in fighting games, I just want people to get better. I want people to keep coming back. I don't want to like crush people's warrior spirit. Some people do. I mean, there have been some key folk who I do not like. I want to crush them, but you know, maybe I need to learn my own lesson there. Grab this. Just filling in all these shapes still. Just gonna go over. Dude, this soundtrack was so good. This game like didn't get love until Third Strike. Ugh. I mean, it wasn't great. Like people, I mean, it's the reason you didn't like it, but it had great game feel. It's still one of the best feeling games. Some people would argue that Second Impact feels better than Third Strike. I would agree in some ways. Third Strike needed a few more months of development. Sorry, I've like switched gears to talk about fighting games, but I'll just say real quick. There's a bunch of. Oh, I did that on the wrong layer. Oh well, not a big deal unless I need to adjust the whole layer. Then it'll be a big deal, but we'll just deal with it. So this one actually I think is straight up and down. I might want to go full brightness here. Oh, I grabbed the right color. I thought I grabbed the 50% one. All right. Let's see. Dark. Yep. No response. We'll see. It's okay. We'll just trust that they're a good person. It might be someone I know too. I don't totally recognize the name, but not too much there. Didn't actually. I wouldn't normally do this. I just redo it, but this is something I learned recently that I think is really helpful. Go to Select, Modify, Contract. Do by 1 pixel. It'll do it 1 pixel in every direction. So yeah, that was a little too much. I'll have to redo it anyway. But if this was a little bit bloated in every direction, it would have worked. But there's tons of stuff you can do with that. That's why I just thought I'd mention it. Ugh, sometimes it scrolls fast. Sometimes it doesn't. It's such a pain. All right. Whoop. I'm zoomed in a little bit too close, but let's see. Hit that up. Double check that that's. Anyway, I have this theory. When you look at Makoto and Chun-Li, two of the most busted characters in the game, they I need dark there. Most of the cast does not have command normals, or like a command normal for every button. Except for maybe like Necro, his is like intentional. He's supposed to have these like long and short range moves. But Makoto and Chun-Li do. When you look at some of the other like new characters came out with them, 12 and Remy and whoops. Shoot. 12, Remy, Q, and then Chun and Makoto. And Chun and Makoto have all these command normals, and it's my theory that those were supposed to be close normals. Close normals are better, but you can just do them on command, and it's super busted. You know, anyone who knows Chun-Li's back fierce punch, and her bar fierce punch, frankly. Same with Makoto. All their stuff's like plus on block. That may have been intentional with Makoto, but those characters are just so good. Like just at the pure numbers. Usually you can't like judge characters like purely on that. Like just look at their like frame data. But like with Chun and Makoto, it's like okay, these characters are insane. Like she's Chun has the fastest normal in the game. Makoto has the fastest dash. It's not the fastest, but it's tied with the fastest. But it goes like half screen, and that's sort of like a karate thing, for her character. That's fine, but the fact like combined with all her other buttons, I give her plus on block. It's just insane. Anyway, back to some art. So I'm still just looking for any other big planes I may have missed. And I guess to finish that thought is that. Again, those really good normals were supposed to be, I believe, command normals, or excuse me, close normals. But they just had a, in a command, execute at any time state for playtesting purposes, and maybe because they were just under the gun, they had to get the game out. And better just get these out there and see what happens. And what happened was really good characters. So again, I'm just checking everything. This is front facing, it's all front facing. I should hit the bigger shapes first, that way the details will be more trivial. Like if you start with like the details, you can get caught up in stuff that might be trivial. So what we should do is hit these big shapes here in the front, hit this arch. It's it's one of the biggest features. It takes up the most space in here, right here. So yeah, we're gonna follow our own good practices, make a new layer, start getting some values to this stuff. And see, nobody, zebra. Not sure who that is. So what do we want to do first? I guess just darken some of the stuff. Actually, we're gonna go full black. A little bit less than that. Go about 40%. Run a new layer. Shape dynamics on. We're gonna keep a consistent pressure, but just that little bit of variation will give us a little bit of variety. So just hit that up. It's pretty dark. Let's try 30. I go back and forth on whether or not I should do hard or soft edges for these lines. Again, you want like an illustrative quality. Does that even show up? Oh yeah, it's right here. Did it bleed over? I was hoping it would. Not very much. I want it to bleed over a little bit. It's so big, it's hard to work with. Maybe a little bit bigger but soft. But we'll keep the spacing close. So it's only a little bit soft. That looks better. Mostly. It's a little dark. And again, it's like, what I really want is that, and then go like this. Fade that out. So we're gonna go lower opacity, spread it out. Like that, yeah. Alright, that looks good. Just have so many lines to define here, it's gonna take a while. Looks like that inside edge needs to be hit too. Pretty dark actually. Turn it up. Actually, I'm going to leave that on there. So I'm at 60% just for this tiny edge here. And I'm using a soft edge and I'm like slightly outside of it. So that way I just get a little bit of it. Probably want it a bit bigger than this. See if that showed up well enough or not. Oh, it's going to be barely visible. Dude, I can't even see it. Alright, it's fine. But it showed up well there. I'm gonna blow that up. Spacing out a little bit more. Real big, but just the edge. Just the edge. Ugh, too big. Too big. There we go. It looks like this is the bottom part. So we'll hit this up 100%, bring it down to 40, probably like 60. It's real dark in there. Ah, shoot. Let's subtract this. I can already tell this model's going to take forever. A little too much. Let's go 40. Yeah, that's nice. I'll hit it from the top too a little bit. Here's the remix album, which is incredible. So, looks like I've moved on to like doing the gradients rather than just the outlines. Maybe I should just do that before I do the outlining and stuff. Those are bigger shapes. Oh, there's so much to do. Feeling a little overwhelmed, which isn't good. But again, just hit the big shapes first. So we have this. Grab this. Oh, okay. Sorry, that looked bad. Had the wrong type. And I don't think I was down all the way. Well, there we go. Make something like that. And go 5% across the whole thing. Bottom to top. Again, it's kind of like concession. It's not very like realistic, but just do dark on bottom, light to top. Light on top, rather. And just gives you like a nice gradient look. I went a little too dark there. So start over. So just do a simple 10%. Just all the way to the top. Almost all the way to the top. And this one will do dark. Thinner. It went out a little too much. Yeah, that's nice. Probably a little bit too dark there, but we'll lighten this and it'll give it a nice quality. So, these aren't lined up. I think I made a mistake doing that, but we were just gonna see how it worked. So, grab that. We're gonna count how many times we do it so we can match it. 1, 2, 2 little ones. That's gonna be too much. I could probably just get away with 1. And do some here. Delete that. Just do 1 up. It looks good here, but it's like it's a little too much there. And here, really, that's too much. We'll see. What am I at? 10%? Seems so dark. Let's switch to 5. Well, now I can't because I want it to match. Used to never use the numbers to change the opacity, which I only found out recently. I don't know if you can do it on the number pad. Let's see, 5. It looks like you can, which is good too. But basically, 1 through 9 and then 0 are all the, tens of percents. So 10%, 20%, 30%. If you do it quickly, you'll get more specific. So if you need less than 10, you do 0, 5, and 100 is 0. It's real fast for changing opacities. Let's see. Looks pretty good. Just so dark in the middle. I mean, I don't mind it here. That's gonna be a pain. I just need to bring it down on this side. Grab this. 10%. Clear. The reason I use the slider up there is because I was already up there, like my mouse cursor was. Just gonna barely did anything. Erasing has different properties than, I'm not sure how it works. Alright, that looks better. But we do want to define these edges a bit. But right now, I'm just going to do the gradients. There's so much to do. I had thoughts about re-unwrapping this. Should be so much nicer if these are all together. They won't be. We need to come in here, come in here. I'll do those for now. So here, just these bottom two. Just trying to remember how many we do, how many gradients we drop in there. Give it 10%. Do one all the way across. 1, 2, just right in there. Same thing here. So dark. Start out over here. Oh, it went to 20. How could you? So I got so dark. What did I do? Let's see. That looks pretty good. Oh yeah, that lines up. That's good. Spread that out a little bit more. Ugh. I can see stripes. It's ticking me off. That's better, I think. Still stripes. In here there's stripes because of the texture compression. We'll hit the bottom. So maybe here and here. And here and here. This one's going to be harder. We're going to do that different. Good. Should do these vertical ones too for all that. These are getting hit from all sides. Just a little bit more on the very bottom. Deepen those cracks, it gets real dark. Plus we almost have like a cast shadow here. Real quick. Go full black. 20%. Excuse me? Oh, I have it on clear. See how that treats us. Ooh, went down too far. That's good. Because we want it. We do 10%. Go that, so there's a bit of a soft edge there. Problem is like this, like building up. So I wonder if I should just use this instead. 50%. 30%. It's a little bit nicer. I just see myself darkening a lot of this later though. I'm trying to avoid that. I'm trying to reduce the steps. We'll just go in hard later. So, oh yeah, we're gonna hit this again. And I'm gonna go like this. little more definition to that edge. Oh yeah. We have so top, upper bevel, lower bevel, underneath. Right here. So it's not 100% for some reason. It's almost like, oh. Alright, let's go ahead and uncompress this. Still showing up weird. Applied it. What's your problem? Just weirdly strong right there. I mean, I guess the UVs are in there too. It's weird. Oh well. Guess I did get it pretty dark. Bring it down a bit. Oh, it's still gonna be real dark in there. What did I do? Alright, then we'll go in without that, so we can kind of blend those two together. Lower the spacing, that was part of the problem. I thought that was the texture filtering, but it wasn't. There we go. It's 1,000 times better. I'm gonna hit up this edge too. Lower the spacing, a little bit harder. Oh baby, looks nice. Said I wouldn't be doing the outlines, but here we are. It's already so just not dark enough in there. This always happens. This keeps happening to me. Here we go, pure black. Stop messing around. 20%. Really give some definition to those edges. Looking better. We'll come out. Already that's bugging me, so we gotta fix that. Or, you know, actually render there. We didn't make a mistake there. Fix is like a weird word. I don't know. Pull it out. Boom. Oh, yes. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Oh, no. That's actually how I imagine her saying it. Oh, no. Oh, yes. So, define these edges more. Some occlusion. And again, occlusion is... There's a bunch of different types of... It's basically ways to think about how light hits. Or, I mean, that's not the exact way to say it, but basically, you know, there's nothing too fancy about light. I mean, there's a lot of things fancy. But really, it's just how much light is bouncing off a surface and making it back to your eyeballs. And one thing that happens is that, you know, within cracks where things are close together, you can't, you know, not much light comes back. And so one way we think about that is ambient occlusion. You know, things around it, ambient. Occlusion is like block is happening. And what does that look like? Well, outlining a bunch of stuff. Here I'm just outlining for edge definition. Kind of jumped out of my official technical, not technical, official, I guess, like steps that I want to take to render these out, but just working as we work. More definition there. Went a little too dark there, it's annoying. About 40%. Just scrub some of that out. We'll come back, but it got too dark. Not thick enough either. There, it's looking good. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Next gradient. It is you. You're the winner. Got to do the bottom when I was hitting this one up. Again, stop monkeying around. We're just going to go with black. Break my own rule again. My rule is to use not quite black because your stuff will get too dark, but it's not working. And there we go. I feel like that's too dark. Oh, was it 20%? Yeah, let's do 10%. And I'll probably change this again. What happens is that you start adding like these outlines and stuff, and the whole thing gets darker. And it's like, well, now that, you know, ambient stuff needs to be darker. What did I do here? Oh, I outlined both edges like a goofball. Where is that? It's right here. So, along here we want it, down here we don't. So just right here. Deleted. Smudge this out to fix it. Better ways to do that. We will go back. It's kind of annoying that that happened. Soften that edge with the smudge tool. Ah, right, fixed it. Looks good. Sweet. Shadows. This is so hard. How do you even see what part of the texture release part of the model? Yeah, again, this isn't an ideal unwrapping, but you just have to balance, like, because this model is a lot more complex than the previous ones I've done. And I don't know, just during the process of unwrapping it, you kind of know where stuff is. And while I say I'm a beginner, you know, I've been doing this for almost, I mean, I guess if you count August, you could say 2 years. I just feel like that's still kind of a beginner. And it's not like I do it continuously. Only this past year have I been doing it a lot. When I actually started on this game, a lot of it was figuring out what I wanted to work on next. When I released Aces Wild in 2013. But basically, you just get to feel for it. I don't know what I did there. Just coming through. And you get a better sense of it when you're actually doing the unwrapping. When you're working on characters, you can like lay in colors like right away. There's another thing you can do. Some people do. You can paint directly in Photoshop. You can paint directly onto the model in Photoshop and in Blender. They both have that functionality. And you can lay in some of this ambient stuff in those programs. Like, you know, you can see it in the view right here, and it's like, okay, we need ambient here. And even though the UVs are all, you know, effed up and not next to each other, and it's terrible, it'll put it where it needs to be. And by doing that, you could say, okay, I know that this is here and things like that. But, you know, there's a logic to it for me right here. The logic is just basically anything that can unfold easily in a straight line, except for I effed up on these posts here. That's really the worst part of this whole thing. But really, even though it seems complicated, this part's complicated too. I split it up a bunch. The reason I did, and that's this right here, this is just kind of a key feature. It's going to be right in your face when you're walking by. You know, it's more pretty. I want it to look nicer. So I had to split it up because these bevels are hard to put into UV space. That's why it's like all split up and weird right here. If you watch the previous video, you can see it, the troubles with it. But basically, yeah, it is hard. The first time I was doing it, I had to check back a lot. Not this model, but, you know, when I was learning. But I mean, if you think a little bit, you can kind of imagine, like, what all these things are, you know. This is that top part. It's the only thing with that kind of shape in it. It just runs straight up. Here, I just know is that bottom part that's similar to this one, just on the bottom. And again, just go vertical like that. You know, it just goes from bottom to top. You know, I try and lay it out a little bit logically. This song's really dope. Again, it's Elena's track. It's so cool. This part's so beautiful. And if you are like frustrated by understanding, keep asking questions. I ask too many questions, just as an individual, like in my everyday life. I'll ask like multiple questions. This is an actual bad habit where I ask 2 questions when I ask a question. And then I always end up having to clarify, well, did you mean the first thing I asked her? Anyway. Don't stop asking questions. Don't be, you know, be frustrated, but like, let me help you if I can. God, this song's so dope. I think this is Elena's song. I get confused if it's Elena's or, yeah, it is. But really, you spend a lot of time on rapping when it's this complicated, and you just kind of remember. That's part of it. You just get to know it. Here we're going to do that trick where we don't go top to bottom with the dark. We go, or rather, we don't go bottom to top with dark. We go top to bottom. And it kind of mimics like reflected light. Just gives you this nice one, a little less harsh. Maybe we do want it that harsh. Just gives it this edge, like it just looks so good. Like it's so subtle, but it looks rock solid. We can go darker. Yeah. It's real subtle, but it just looks so good. Let's see. I keep asking if you don't fully understand. But in this case, it's just memory. Like, just getting used to the model itself. It's going to be different for every model. People will unwrap differently, use slightly different logic for what they like. Generally, you know, there is good practices, best practices. I didn't follow that 100% perfectly. Oh man, that didn't go up all the way. Can I just... Yeah, I can. Good. I'm gonna go right here. I didn't crop that properly. So just try texturing myself. Yeah, you can follow some of my videos if you find it helpful. Some of the earlier ones I did was like a way simpler you know, model. You can check those out if you weren't already watching it. last night I did a little like helper video for a friend, and why is that coming? Oh, it's right here. I was like, where is that? And I recommend this video to him by Jonathan Williamson. If you like Google search Jonathan Williamson low poly character. Well, I guess they don't unwrap in that one. I just think that's a really good video for modeling characters. What is the video? He had Jonathan Williamson just in general is this cool dude. He I think he runs, I don't know if he runs CG Cookie, but he definitely does Blender Cookie, and which is like a subsidiary. He's just a cool dude. He's really talented. Has really concise videos. But he has a good unwrapping one. But I'm of two minds here. Sometimes I think, you know, starting with like an easy model and then unwrapping and texturing it is good. But the first one I did was my character model. It took forever, and I, you know, used a certain... Some people, Japanese games, like if you look up like Final Fantasy 12 textures, I've talked about this before, but look up Final Fantasy 12 textures, and everything's like in a really nice grid. That's ideal, but you have to model a certain way that I'm not good at. But basically the lesson is I tried doing that, and I went to texture it, and the texture's just all fucked up. Because there was too much distortion. Because I didn't model a certain way, but I forced the UVs to be straight. Anyway, it took forever, and I had to end up redoing it. And it took even longer the second time. But I just learned so much on that one character. I should have just said that straight up right away. That I recommend it, doing it kind of that way. You can just learn so much. I'm just going to hit this up. Really wish it wouldn't jump once you hit 10. Like if you can use the brackets to do your brush size, but once you hit 10 it jumps by 5s. It's a huge pain, and I always want like 13 and 12 and stuff. But you can right click, go to 12, drop a little bit in there, a little even more definition. Oh yeah, that looks good. So what's next? This could be darker. Let's hit that bottom part. Has barely any texture space, which is a key element. Smaller. We go to 40 and we hit this bottom, and ooh, that's pretty dark. Let's use a gradient. Yep, just getting your feet wet, jumping in, doing it. 10%. See, I went too dark. Nope, looks good. I like that. Now to find that top piece. This one is a little complicated because I think it's this, but it could be this one. No, this is the very top. That's okay. But here, yeah, here's not ideal texturing. The very least, you want some of the stuff to be close together. But when it's this complicated, you know, you have to play Tetris. And again, check out that video from yesterday. Watch me just struggle. Shift. I like this song a lot too. It's really weird. It's Aura's theme. He's a weird dude. So just hitting up these edges. Show a little ambience. I think it mirrors here, or does it mirror here? Oh well. Yeah, it's really minor, but looks good. Also, I'm gonna do the old white gradient. 10%. Go across there. It's gonna be hard because it's. Use a brush instead because it's not straight across. Oh, it looks fine. Looks great actually. A little more definition. Ooh, baby. Looks nice. I'm seeing here. Again, I'm working piecemeal now instead of overall. I shouldn't be, but just noticing stuff. So 5%. And then find this edge. pretty strongly like that. I need it like faded out more, but still aligned. Just do 5% and transfer. Just really light, and we'll build it up. It's not an ideal. Go thinner, harder, darker rather. That's good, I think. We'll hit that next level. Here. Our little ambient occlusion. These are where the posts sit. I guess I could be talking about where it is. So these are those vertical posts. This is really light. And they intersect here. Come on, dog. Yep. Check that out. Made a terrible mistake. Totally forgot about that. Forgot it's mirrored right there too. So I only want just around the posts. This model, oh my god. Almost did it again. This model is mirrored twice. It's like mirrored left to right and front to back. Z in Unity, Z axis in Unity, and Y in Blender. I did it again. No. That's the post. Okay, good. It's like, oh my god. There we go. What? Still dark right there? Oh, that's the UV line. Alright, cool. So yeah, we got a little ambient there. It's almost like poking out too much, which is annoying. Gonna smudge it over. Boom. Perfection. So now we're going to define this edge better and go whoop. This is a top facing edge. And we're going to do front to back with the light. Hit it up a few times. The subsequent ones we're only doing right near the edge. We're making it real short gradient. That way it just gives us a nice line there too. But also just an overall gradient heading into the background. I'm gonna hit that up again. Is this Gil's theme? Oh yes, this song is so sick. It's already a dope song, but like this version's so cool. Watching your VODs because when you stream it's somewhere between 2 and 4 a.m. for me. Oh, bummer. Well, I hope they help. Please hit me up on Twitter under the same username if you have questions. Or my email. Alright, eating fudge. Just Tyler Doak. DOAK 42 at gmail.com. I hope to make a fighting game and have dope tracks like this. Clear that out. Just drum and bass and like rap, and it's just so cool. It's almost like minimalist. Oh god, it's so sick. So what else? Well, more gradients. We'll hit those white gradients some more. So front to back, simply, whoops, we're on white. Whoop. Use a brush again. 10%. Oh, that's a good glow. It's glowing, baby. Back your caves, get you got to go. Oh, all the wax stuff. Before I bring it back up. Get the go across. My block to your block. This song is just so sweet. For any discussions or debate. So that should have been the top here. Oh yes. It's a little too rounded looking rather than a glow. It's a subtle difference, but it's important. Although even on like high quality textures, what was I watching? It might have been Destiny. It might have been some Fallout 4 footage. It's hard to get it perfect. Like again, you want to like highlight these edges, but there's always just sort of like typical look you get, and it's not ideal, but it's really hard to get exact. And again, the lighting will play with it too. Like sometimes the lighting will just hit it more strongly and just kind of subject to it. Come around the other side and do black. Yeah, and this verse here is so sick. Oh, it's back here. Tyler's made a terrible mistake. We're not going to do that. Forgot. It doesn't go like that. I thought I was still down on this one. So sweet. Just get involved with the rhythm, man. It's so cool. Punch this up a bit. Man, this album's almost over. Darker still. Darker. You get darker. That's looking better. It's a little soft. Ugh. Although in here it looks dope. It's so minor. Plus we need to be looking back here in the lit versions. Oh yeah, that looks nice. As you can see, just got that nice ambient look. I went even too dark in there. That's funny. I should have looked over here sooner. That's alright. Up here it's real dark. Ugh, always the same where I keep getting stuff too dark. Why are you so dark, bro? Like, why is that so dark? Anyway, we'll fix that. I didn't think it went that dark. It's right here. It's just pretty dark, though. What to listen to next? We'll probably hit up that Street Fighter EX. Yeah, that's probably good. So, I'll make a big one of these. Make it soft. What? No, I want not a dynamic one. There we go. Real low opacity. I just need to. Down here is alright, but why did you get so dark up there, bro? Much better. Although I do want the outline to be more prominent. So, big shapes, big shapes. We did that. It's looking good. I feel like I just want to finish up down here rather than hit those big shapes. Let's do it, dog. Grab this. Oh, I didn't even do the lateral occlusion over here. Let's do it. So dark first, 10%, bam, all the way to cross. Pretty dark in here because we have a real dark shadow. Or I mean, it's like really recedes under there. Oh yes. And then white coming this way. Black. Oh baby. Looky there. Instant art. No problem. Whoops, went the wrong way. Oh yes. Gonna highlight that more. I'll probably do that. So in this case, this bottom facing one, we're gonna go dark from top to bottom to, it's gonna mimic reflected light a little bit. You can see like it's reflecting up. It's also gonna give more differentiation between this dark one here, this light one here. You know, rather than graduating with that same logic, dark to light going up, we're going to split it right here. Again, it's going to mimic reflected light, but it's going to give a lot of vibrance because it's not going to be continuously light to dark going up. So it's going to give us definition and vibrance, and it's going to look sweet. Oh yes. Oh god, see, man, that's dope. Then we're going to emphasize the top edge just a little bit. And we may end up undoing this. We're going to have, whoops, you know, this line going across. But we may end up doing white there instead, or in addition to it. Kind of want it on the bottom here too. Where do we go? Right here. Is that too dark? Nope. I need to bring it up. Now it's like I need to have both. It's because of the angle of this thing. We want that shape to show up better. That edge, rather. Am I on the right one? No. What is it? It's this one. Okay, right next to the dark. So let's hit up Street Fighter EX. Oops. Yeah, right next to the dark. So here, I got a little confused. Right in here. So we're slightly undoing that reflected light thing, but we need this edge to have more definition. Darken there. Bring up the thickness of that line. Got a little too dark. So I'm going to undo all that. And make my brush bigger. A little less soft. Remember, the spacing will adjust the softness too. It's like we still have a 0% hardness, but the spacing, you know, changes that softness too. 20%. Stop monkeying around, just get it done. A little bit bigger. That could be good. Quite down in here. Just right along the edge. I want it a little bit darker. Actually, gonna grab that color so we just approach it and we won't go past it. Like you can't go darker than it, you know what I mean? Oh, there it is. Oh, I feel like it could go darker. Now, from there, right along the UV. Oh, not 60%. Let's do 30. I might get sick of this soundtrack. I'll think of something else. I like it enough, but Oh yeah. There we go. So now when we're like hitting it from above here, we can see that bottom edge better. Looks good. Might have even got a tiny bit too dark. Yeah, I think I like that better. Cool. We're gonna use that same principle here. Front to back lightness. Give more definition to this edge. Bam! Oh yeah. Right here to soften this edge as well. I don't know if I want to get into the speculars yet. Too late. Can't stop me. Oh god, it looks good. Might even drop one in here. Cheating. Sorry, it looks good. Alright. Looks like I totally forgot to bring that ambient effect down in here. Just the goofball, frankly. It could be that I didn't. It's just not showing, and I actually did it, but anyway. Pull this away from the post that's next to it. Do that. Oh man, yeah. We're gonna hit that one more time. Oh yeah, one more time. 2, 3 more times. Just real small up against there. Yes, that looks good. Oh yeah. See it in the light. Mm-hmm. That's the stuff. Thank you for streaming. Sure thing. Hopefully my contact info's on there. Actually gonna tweet that out real quick. Yo yo, we're still live picturing some gorgeous assets. 3D. Whoop. It's gonna take a while, but we're getting there. Cause already I like that. As long as I don't wash it out too much with the surface texture, we'll be fine. But I am worried about that. Bunch more stuff I can hit, like right here. This stuff could be darker. This stuff could be darker. It looks pretty solid though. I feel like the top could be lighter still. I'll probably hit that again. Oh, it's because I added that dark. And I have it on one layer. So I can't, like, anyway. Yeah, that's better. Maybe even... Try and stop me. Instead of that, let's do this. Give us some lateral shimmer too. Is that inconsistent? Maybe that was bad. I want like this. So that way I don't ruin that gradient, but I get more solid across. That might have been better. See, I guess we'll hit up those posts. I wonder if I should have shared texture space with those, but oh well. Let's actually hit the top of these first. See, an easy thing we can do. Let's just hit this. Right in that, the gradient looks good. Yo, my man Zynak in the building. I hope it's Zynak. I always said Zynak, but then you had it spelled out in Japanese, so I hope it's Zynak. Unless I misread that too, and I'm just a fake anime. So, I want these to be defined more. I'm gonna grab this. Those aren't lined up. I had definitely meant to line those up. I love this song. It's not the #1 Street Fighter EX jam. I think we all know what that is. If you watch Maximilian, you know what it is. Got some glow there. Let's hit it up. Oh yes. So that glows a little bit more now. We're going to define those edges. Thanks, y'all. What's being called fake anime? Is Tyler fake anime? No, I was reading, making sure I was pronouncing Zynak's name right. And I used to say Zynak, but then I saw it spelled out in Japanese. And I think it's Zynak, but I said, unless I don't know what I'm doing and I'm a fake anime. Ooh, there's a jam right here. So, just defining these edges a bit, some outlines. Gonna hit you and you. I think these are mirror facing. Oh, they might mirror that way though. So yeah, I can't do that. So they'll mirror here, but these is definitely occlusion right here. So let's soften that. Oh, it's already soft. Soften it this way. I'm like really into pronouncing people's names. It's like every stream I bring it up. Just people always call me Cass, and it's like, no. Like that. Some nice occlusion. That didn't line up perfectly. Those outlines look pretty good. I missed one, it seems. No, it just didn't make it very strong. Probably gonna hit the gradient and pull it back. That one's too strong. Yeah, let's do it that way. So what we're gonna do, one by one, grab this. Do that. I might even go nuts, 20%. And actually use this instead. So if I pull a little bit, that might not be ideal. We'll see. We'll just do this 20% all the way across. So what I'm doing is, because it's mirrored front to back, normally I do it like this, and you might be able to get away with it, but you'll have like a line down the middle. So instead, you know, sometimes you're being naturalistic, sometimes you just got to use the tools of art to cheat. So I'm doing dark to light the other way to provide a contrast and a smokiness like that. And we might go once more thinner with that gradient to make it look more like a line than just a gradient coming back. We'll see how that looks. Yeah, that looks a lot better already. You can see it got like really glowy in there because all the gradients and the cast shadow and too much stuff going on. We'll be hitting it up again. Oh, I never did that. Thought I had. So on these posts, I believe this one's mirrored this way, so let's hope that's true. Actually, let's just do 10%. Go one all the way across, low opacity, and then you do a few just real short ones. Like that. So yeah, hit it the right way, that's good. Oh, that looks better. Wait a minute. Oh no, I mirror it right here. Okay, so yeah. Do have it going both ways. My mistake. Oh yeah, that looks much better. We'll hit this up too. So I'm gonna redo that. Since it got a little too dark in the middle. It's because I had gone all the way across. Because I thought it mirrored right here. But it doesn't. It mirrors on the post up here. One, two, three. You don't want it to be linear. Like, so what I do is I do a big one at low opacity, and then I do a bunch of little ones near the crack. Oh yes. I got a little dark on the post, but we're going to come back with light too. We're going to add speculars, so they'll brighten up again. Looks so nice. I wholesale took your technique. Good. I mean, that's kind of, if you watched the beginning of the stream, I started talking about that. Are you masking out the area where you have intersection between meshes? Intersection between meshes. I don't know what you mean. Can you be more specific? Because my mesh shouldn't intersect. They all have their own. Each poly has its own UV. So I believe I'm probably misunderstanding you. Can you ask it in a different way? While I take a bite of fudge. So it's stuck to the napkin, so I'm getting like napkin with it. But you can't stop me from getting the fudge, baby. God, it's 2 p.m. I even woke up kind of early. No, I didn't. It felt early and then it said 10. Okay, never mind. It was just so dark. I think it was overcast or... Okay, I have floor paint, a bunch of fence posts. That fucking napkin, dude. There's also an entire tin. My mom made like 5 things of pizza. That's a ton of pizza. Like each one is an entire loaf of bread. Pizza's like my favorite holiday treat. So good. I mean, there's no guessing. In this case, because I modeled it out. I think I know what you mean now. Over here, in other models, I've cheated. Let's see. Ugh, it's lagging. It's not lagging. It's... Oh no! I know what you mean, though, I think. It's alright. I've talked about this glitch before. Since the 5.3 update, there's a lot of things on the scene. Had no problem in 5.2. I could click. There could be tons of stuff on the scene. It would pick, you know, the raycast would be accurate. But now it lags. But I think I know what you mean. You guess if you don't model it out. Whoops. But I did model it out. So where those beams cross, I have UVs here. I don't know if that helps see it better. But like right here is that bottom upward facing plane where the posts are. The posts are here, here, and here. And this is the top of that. The posts are up here. They're unfolded, so that's why they're so fat. But this one sticks in right here. This one sticks in right here. This one sticks in right here and is mirrored and goes off this way. And so I have it modeled out. The UVs are right there, so I know where that occlusion is, if that's what you mean. Otherwise, you guess. Oops, sorry, worker game. Yeah. So there's a couple where I guessed. It is still loading. And I think this is like a bug that a lot of people have reported already, and that really bothers me. Click here. The reason it was going slow is because I was... my active object was way over here. Let's see if I have one where I guessed. Thought I had one. This one I didn't guess. I just sort of... you can see I didn't model it in there. If I pull it down, it's just a big flat plane there. You know, it's going to be multi-purpose. There might be times where I have this like out like this. Probably not, but maybe. But you just kind of guess. And you can get it really accurate. Like you can save polys that way. But you get overdraw. It's almost worth it to do the polys. But it also makes... There's like so much give and take. Like some people like throw that around like there's give and take with everything. I believe a lot of times there's a best way to do it. But in that case... again, you know, you can model it in, but then it makes unwrapping harder. It makes texturing harder. With how you have to organize it, like I have all these UVs like all over the place. That's because I could have had them down here, like close to it, but I'm really just jam-packing everything. I'm just like really maximizing the UV space. So I had to break things up so they can fit into a square. But, you know, I could have left this flat. You would just guess. You can paint directly in Photoshop and Blender. You can open it up, and some people do that. They paint their occlusion directly in Blender because it's just these big, fat, you know, shapes. And that way it's already there. And you export that, and those values will already be in a texture, and then you just know where they are exactly. I just guess. It doesn't take too long to just keep guessing and checking. That's what I'm talking about. Good. Yep. Just guess. And really, like, if you find that easier, do it. I used to think it was kind of gross, but if you match it up, I feel like... Oh, wait, I just remembered a spot where I did it. It is on that model. It's right here. Some of it intersects, some of it doesn't. Like right here, you can kind of see, like, these polys actually go behind. But I didn't even bother. I didn't paint any inclusion in there. I'm really mixed about this asset. Here's where I guessed and was totally off, but I haven't fixed it yet. And, oh no, that's a lie. That is modeled in. That is because I changed the UVs. I spread this out a bit, like the model rather. So you can see I did all sorts of weird things with this one. This one I have no excuse. I just effed with the model. Down here, I just didn't bother. But it's easy to guess. I thought I had a point where I did guess. Anyway, back to it. So, this looks okay. And see, it looks pretty good. I could definitely see how a lot of this outlining I'm going to want to ramp up. That's something I can do at the very end with the burn tool, and I find that would be the best way to do it. So let's just move our way up, I think. We'll work on these. And then we'll do speculars later. Yeah, let's do it. So, do some of that nonsense we did before. I need to straighten that out. I was like really sloppy with that. God, really sloppy. That was the first thing I did this morning. It was sloppy. Hard brush, 100%, no spacing. Oh, didn't go back to the right layer. There we go. Excuse me. Oh, I have 5% opacity. My mistake. Paint this back in. I think this is actually 50% situation. I just ruined it. That's alright. No, that's what the problem was gonna be. Hey, no. Okay, for real now. So we're gonna hit this up. And I had to split this, unfortunately, just because of the angle and three-dimensionality of it. It just gets all warped. You try and make it flat, you just get way too much stretching. So we're gonna brighten it this way, and then we're gonna hit this up. And I'm not on the layer I want to be on, but it's okay. And again, If you're here listening to this already, I'm sorry, but our general logic is dark to light, going bottom to top. So this is bottom to top. But we're going to do this. We're going to go top to bottom on this particular edge because it'll sort of give that reflected light look. It just looks nice. And it'll create vibrance because we're kind of breaking that rule. So we go light, and then we hit dark, and then we sort of graduate to light a little bit, and then we hit dark again. And it just looks nice. So we'll hit it up in the scene. It's kind of hard to see it. It's right here. It's real messy still. Since it's hard to see, you'll probably hit it with one more. Is it 10%? Didn't feel like 10%. Might be too dark. But it looks good. Why is that so wobbly? It's just not straight for some reason. Ugh, it's taking me off. I'm not sure how to fix that very easily. Okay, that's the exact reason right there. To redo that white. It lied to me. Went to the wrong layer when I deleted. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, straight again. Thank you. So, now, back to it. Grab this. The white. It's almost that same logic here. You know, we're going light to dark here a little bit. It's going to create like a really strong contrast. But there's also the logic of this is more front facing. So it should be a little bit brighter. We're doing real thin ones here. Create some glow. This is hard because it's at a weird angle. And I can't, but I want it short. Oh my god. Yeah, that should be good. And special instance here, we can kind of do it here too, because this is a corner. Fatal mistake was not going all the way across. Oh yes. Now we're gonna hit that top piece. Did I ever lighten that? Let's see, is it this one? Yeah, it's the simple one. So it's this down here. Crop it out. Now which side is the mirrored side? Sit right here. Nope. Well, it is mirrored there, but I meant the rear mirror. So this is the side, this is the back. Hopefully I can remember that. Do one of these. Looks alright. This is actually looking real sharp. I really want this to pop more. Whoa, 100%. Been using Creative Paint. Yeah, I just saw that tweeted about the other day. It looks nice. Like, I know a lot of people are like, you know, you should use GIMP. I hate GIMP. It's like, I don't even know what's happening. I open it up and it's like I can't even just paint. I can't even like get anything done. It's like way lighter than this top part. I should finish this other side of this up here first. Ooh, just got a big bite of mint or vanilla in that piece. Kind of weird. I think it got absorbed in like one of the almonds. Or, what are they? They're not almonds. A little bit of that. Just gives a bit of glow and reflection. And that, like, reflected light, like, gives you just sort of a general reflectivity sort of sense when you use gradients, like real subtle gradients like that. Just always looks good. Forget whose theme this is. Wanna know? I always do this. Oh, Blanca. You're not an EX character. Again, dark to light this way. Emphasize that sort of look. And on this, we're going to do that. White gradient come from here too. We're going to hit it so this part is a little bit thicker. You know what I mean? Like instead of like going straight here, going more like this. That's going to make it fatter down here. Just because I want that corner a little bit brighter. You hit that once more. Actually, probably a couple times. Real thinly like that. With a nice glow. Yeah. Alrighty, looks good. Now we're gonna go back to these nerds. Same thing. Boom, boom, all the way across, and then just little ones in here along the edges. That, real minor. And I meant to do it on this one too, but add some occlusion along the edges. We'll do it now. Get a little bit bigger. I've been doing it too small, and like I get little cracks and it doesn't look right. Looks pretty good. We'll be able to emphasize that better on the base over here. We're gonna outline it. So that's the base of those posts. That's what's next. I know it's like complicated, like we're over here and over there. Anyway. Oh, way to be rude to Blanca. I'd like to say that I don't like Blanca because of Street Fighter 4, but y'all know I don't play Street Fighter 4. But Blanca's pretty cool. I loved him when I was little. I would say he was probably, I mean, he used Chun and Ken the most when I was a little kid, but I liked Blanca a lot too. He's probably my next. And DJ. But I mean, maybe that's a compliment too. It's like, do you want to be an EX character? I don't know. So did that show up very well? Did on this one. We could go pretty dark right here. This is really minor, but it might make a good amount of difference. So going real dark, just barely peeking in the darkness though. Hopefully. Just give us a nice edge in there. Oh, it did. At least on one side. No, it showed up pretty good. Alright, cool. I'm gonna do that again here. This is my favorite song in this album though, it's so cool. So Cracker Jack is the best character from EX. Basically Dudley. It's a little dark. I made it look more like a shadow. It pulled it way too much. So here's a problem where it's like I want more definition here, but I can't get too dark. Because then it'll pull away. Even that looks kind of like a shadow. Part of it's because I made it so thin. Far away it looks good. Let's hit it in the light. Ugh. That might be too dark. I can't win. There, it looks good though. We'll keep that one. And that looks fine. Just with the light there. Alright, next. Got right here. Got a real simple gradient from top to bottom. Let's see if we get the right direction or not. And that's the top, I think. But they both look good. So you can see it went from dark to light, top to bottom instead. But again, it gives you that reflected light look, so it's like, what do we do? We'll do that. And then we'll make it real dark here. Hopefully it doesn't pull away too much. Kind of does. So we just do both sides. But the problem is when you start doing both sides, you get that baby's first gradient look. Looks good though. We might even try something nuts. Instead of doing light from the outside here, do dark. Just see what it does. If it looks bad, we'll go back to light. So we're going to grab this double direction gradient, go like that, make it real sharp in the middle, give definition of that edge. It's a little too burnt out. It looks nice, just a little inconsistent. If it was like deep in shadow, like a different part on the model, we would try that, but instead let's do the old light. A little too much. So we'll go down to 5%. We're going to go all the way across and just a little. I want both. I want the dark there. Maybe I just need a line instead of a gradient. Let's go whoop. Too much. I like that. Alright, cool. Sounds pretty nice. Got it lit in the scene. Let's hit it from the other side. So all look pretty good. Blanca's terrible. The Street Fighter 4? I thought he was pretty good. I knew he was gimmicky, that's all I knew. Not like I'm a guy who hates gimmicks though. Ooh, big stretch. Ugh. There's a big ol' ambient occlusion shape I haven't even done yet. Grab the black, put it at 10%. Bam. Bam. It's gonna be up here. Looks pretty good. So yeah, it does look like I need to pull it from that side too. Wasn't sure. That's pretty good. I like the whole thing could be darker, just to pull it back. It's getting dangerous. It's too dark. 5%. Oh yes. Actually, I'm gonna go even nutser. We're gonna do like 3%. Just real subtle. Oh yeah, I like that much better. That's nice. So it pulls back, but it didn't get too dark. Yeah, that looks nice. So let's hit those big occlusion shapes some more. Go. Boom. Cut this out. Here's the jam, everyone's #1 jam from this album. Give it to me. Oh yeah, this is my ringtone too. It's kind of embarrassing. It's just so sweet. Such a 90s song. Everyone loves this song, I think. Pull that out a little bit harder so we can go all the way across. Oh, it's just so dark. So let's start back here and pull it across. Again, darken it. Lots more near the edges here. Now we're gonna grab a big old brush. Spread it out as much as we can. 10% with the black. Ooh, that almost worked out too well. Let's check it. Oh, ambient occlusion. That looks good. Go across the top too. Oh yeah, we're doing it. We're making it work. Looks dope. What are you doing to me? This song's so sweet. Let's try and get as much done as we can here. We could probably hit this again. Don't go too far out. Almost hit that first one too perfectly. Not too perfectly, but now it's like I need it to be that good every time. Bring the spacing down, the opacity down, and the size up. Just gonna hit this edge. So barely any is hitting, and it's only on the edge. So hopefully just those cracks are getting dark. Too dark. I like that. So I should blend it out a little bit better. Look up in here. 5%, man. Why is it so dark? Looks pretty good. Probably hit this though. Yeah. Thought I deleted you. You just came back. Where is that even? It's right here. I swear to God. Swear to God, dog. Yes, this looks, excuse me. Yes, this looks nice. Run it back over here. We never even went to this. Let's go back to it. Like just in general. Oh yes. Yeah, he's gimmicks. It's lame. And like gimmicks I don't mind. Like the cross up stuff is kind of dumb, but at least you have to earn a cross up, right? Like you run forward. That's fair. It's like Slayer. I mean, I can't hate that. But when it's just like you have moves that like might cross up, it's just. And although I don't hate it for May, it's just I'm Guilty Gear biased. So we're gonna start working on this, and I want these to be defined better. But like just random stuff like crossing up, it's like they didn't know. They just get it for free. It's dumb. It's too. It was too obvious that I did a gradient over all of it, and it just doesn't look good. So let's go over here. Hit that edge. Am I still on double? Yes. How could you? There we go. Nope. A little too bright. Okay. Sorry to get this perfect. Oh yeah, it looks way better. I'll pull that same dirty trick from before, where we go like this. Excuse me. Nice and subtle. Now I wish I would have kept this open. Oh have this selected because I want to hit this as well. Don't want to get too bright, but I have an edge there. Looks good. Might be a little bit too bright, but yeah, let's take it down a notch. Just like corners. Let's try and do this. Or like these instead. That looks better. Okay, cool. I mean, kind of. Okay, I'm not satisfied. I lied. Mine just should be using the brush. That looks better. Okay. We'll hit the brush in here, though. This is so minor. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. I'm just trying to think. I need to hit it here too, but to do that, I already did it once, but it doesn't show up very well. It's like not even showing up. Doesn't look weird. Maybe that looks better. Just a little too dark. Sorry, it took me a long time to just realize what I didn't like. It's mostly good. We want this edge to find a little bit better. Look gross, too paintbrushy. No, it looks pretty good. Did get a little too dark though. Alright, looks good. Guess we'll go all the way up. Might be an inefficient way of doing this. Up to 10%. Just gonna define this edge a little bit better. These go into go. Well, more of the same with this. Oh my god. I just want to stop selecting. Okay. Excuse me. I hate May too. She needs to die. Is a cheap character who steals all my Johnny moves. There's a hell she deserves. Damn, dude. Actually, I hate May too because it was the first loss at Evo. It's a really good May though. Like crazy good. Her tick throw is just too outrageously good. I hate it. I don't know why command throws are throw invincible. Not all of them, but some are, and it's crazy to me. It's not hard to get someone to block in Guilty Gear. like, it shouldn't cover that base, too. It's crazy to me. Anyway, fudge and hate maze so much. It leads to so much damage. Anyway, that maze was really good, though. But, like, the match that I actually liked, like, we played, like, 8 or so matches right before our real match. I didn't win a single one. I think I only won maybe one round, maybe. But gosh darn, is that tick throw so good. It's like, it seems instantaneous. It's just like, whoop. Pull that down more. Find that edge more. A little bit bigger. It's good, I think. Follow that same course of action here. Definition of that edge. Let's go crazy, 20%. Maybe too crazy. I regret everything. So I want it to overlap this edge, but be a little bit more on the dark side. So that way it blends a little bit between the edges, and then fades. Shit, I almost dropped my stylus. Goes back in there. That's looking good. We're gonna hit it up one more time. Actually, gonna block it off probably because I'm gonna be big. Boop bop root bop. Make it bigger so I can go out farther. So I want it totally that dark. Hit it again. Again. A little bit too much. It's a little bit too fat. I need this to look a little bit more like a line, but not totally. That's probably good. Don't want it too dark. Doesn't look too dark out here, so it's good. All right. And then kind of want to define these edges better. Like that. Gives a bit of a glow too, it's kind of nice. Actually, I should have grabbed the whole thing. Cool. Do it on this one. Same thing. So facing the other direction. This is such a poorly unwrapped model. But I feel like I did the best I could. I mean, I say poor, but it's like, it's probably the best way. So this is that top edge. Let's do the same thing here. But which side's the front, which side's the back? I don't know. Hopefully this side's the front. Looks like it is. It's like really minor, but we have the texture space. Why not make it nice? Darken it in there too. Sweet. Looks good. I started with number one, don't block. Dude, I never block. I'm Slayer. I got the best backdash in the game. But come on, man. Sometimes you gotta. But no, really, I don't FD enough. I know that sounds like crazy, but I needed to FD more. It was just so easy for him to tick throw me. It wasn't just the backdashing. Also, they were phenomenal. They got 9th place, so they're really good. I believe they got 9th place. I don't feel too bad. So, this needs just more definition in general. I want like a gradient on there, but I don't know how to like hit it right. I guess. Gosh, these UVs are so tight. I was happy with my play against that mate player. They were just way outclassed me. But I wasn't happy against the Sin that beat me. They were good. They got 13th, I think. But they just did dumb stuff. See, back to art. So basically I need to define the edges here. I want a gradient here, like top to bottom again, so I guess I'll try that first. Get this real big. Actually space it out a little bit more. Gonna go lower percent, bigger size. There would be a way to do like a circular gradient here. I don't have the patience with Photoshop, because you don't have like working canvas. Sometimes you can't do tricks that you think would work. Like I'd have to find like a center point, it'd be like way down here, and like I have to do like reverse, and it would be weird. I suppose I could darken it and then do that. Anyway, sure, yeah, that looks good anyway. Got what we needed. I'm just gonna define that edge some more. So we got the general gradient that I wanted. So practice fuzzy jump, pressing out and then downing after blocking attack. Again, get a block. Effective against Potemkin. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to like shit talk fuzzy jump, but like I don't know. I see it get blown up a lot. I mean, it can work against that, and the scenario I was getting hit by probably would have worked. They're just doing 2K and 2P right into tick throw. But you are right though. I mean, it definitely would have worked. So now I'm gonna do a different layer in case this like is total failure. But I want, so you already have that gradient, but then now I want, use the mouse. It might look bad. Let's pull the spacing out. I'm just gonna highlight this. Since we have that gradient, but we're also gonna have this little tiny highlight on the edge. We might hit it up. Well, we definitely want it here. The upward facing edges. Then down in here, it's something that'll define this edge. I really hope the spacing is good enough on this that it doesn't look like use the mouse. Looks pretty good. It's not ideal yet. Out the UVs to get the real edge. Oh yeah, looks much better. Looks good. Looks real good. We'll probably have some sort of texture going in there. Definitely just want to get easy mode stuff right here. Hopefully the left is the outside again. Do that. Nope. Not this time. Let's see. Boom. Daigo giving away 60K. What's that about? Does he, does that mean did he lose something, or is he putting up 60 for something? Or is he like donating it for a pot, or get that? I'll find this edge a little bit more with an actual line and not a gradient. A little bit of definition in here. Oops. A little bit darker at the top here. Yeah, I like that. Oh, we donated it. Same with Seasonic got for game development. Cool. That's nice. Yeah. A lot of times, like, the CEO of like my job, like, you know, she gives out pretty big donations, but it's like, yeah, tax write-off stuff. I mean, it's still nice. But that is a substantial sum. So, it's working our way up. To find this little bump here, should go pretty quick. I might ignore all the cropping, ignore all the BS, just paint it in like a real texture. I have a whole nother one over here. It's such a pain that I modeled it this way. Should put transfer on. Ooh, that didn't. What here is that on? Is that the end? I think there's a few more weird tracks coming up, yeah. Oh yeah, Skullmania. Can't skip that one. The underside to find these edges. Going quick here. This is a really small spot on the thing, so, but it does need more definition. Looks better already. I want a bit of shimmer right here. Can I make it work? That's what I'm doing. Grabbing this. Crop this out. Doing the up and down gradient with white. And do really low opacity. We're going to hit the whole thing like that, and then do a little one in the middle. That gives a bit of a shimmer. I want it a little bit thicker than that. Gonna do it on a new layer. Do what I just did. I want it not to hit the shadows. So delete it from the shadows. And little things like that. And that's kind of like a stylistic thing almost sometimes. Sometimes you want like that shimmer to even hit your shadows. But sometimes not hitting the shadows just makes it real clean. And it's a little more realistic that way. Like, you know, the reflection. I mean, you're imitating like a view reflection. And it probably wouldn't be up in your shadows like that. It didn't show up very much, but hopefully it makes a difference. I mean, it looks pretty good. I'm worried that it would just be too strong. Drop the opacity, just for now. Later on, if I want more, I'll change it. So right here, could do some. I didn't even think of it before. 10%, excuse me. Here too. Looks nice. Right here. Oh yeah, it looks really good. Let's check in the scene. So it lacks contrast. Mentioned earlier that I'll probably just go back in, consolidate all to one layer, and then hit it with the burn tool along all the outlines, just to give it that illustrative quality. It's really bright. It's gonna tone down once and this is a lighter asset, I want it lighter. And it'll tone down once I add more of that texture value, but it's looking pretty cool. This song's so weird. Like, I know it's like meant to be weird, but it's like, golly. You certainly made a weird song. So down here, just see a little ambient thing I should do. Whoop. Right there, looks good. And we haven't even hit that, so what's next? Tell me where the UVs are. So right here. That. Actually could use that. Here too. Looks good. All right. So now here. Again, go dark to light from top to bottom. Give that reflected light look. Check it on lit too. Yeah, looks good. Probably could use one more pass. Just don't want it too dark. And a weird layer. Nope, just getting weird interactions with opacities. And Grab here. Same song and dance, but with white. All the way across. A couple times right on the edge. One more time on the edge. One more time on the edge. There we go. Oh yes. And spread it out enough. Much better. Probably hit that edge. Let's show up. Yeah, kinda. Showed up better. Why is this? I'm at 10%. It just seems weird. Oh my god. Something bad happened. Like all this stuff looks good, and I accidentally. So when you like press the buttons to the numbers to change the opacity, sometimes it's like, oh, you meant the whole layer. No, I've never meant the whole layer in my whole life, but today we do. Undo all that. That's why it took so many passes. God, that's annoying. It was looking real good too, and I was like, ugh. I mean, it's not too dark. Up here it definitely is, but well, now we're stuck with that. We'll just go on a new layer. It's such a pain. Doesn't happen that often, but it's just so like you don't notice it. I'm like 1,000 steps in, like I can't like go back. It's so annoying. All right. Sweet, that looks good. Actually, we'll take it. Oh, we should darken that too. Oh yeah, I never did that. So yeah, we'll hit this. Again, we're in this situation where like we can make it more ambient. Is that on the UVs? No, why is that so off? It's weird. Face is like touching my monitor. Yeah, probably have to use a brush because it's a weird angle. And now is this? Probably both. So I'll do it here to define that edge. But then also go really dark in here. Cool, looks good. It's weird, I don't know what happened there. Just a line. So layer 5. Just gotta smudge something out. Boom, get out of my life. Ogawa as a waiter? I can't imagine having Ogawa as a waiter. I guess it's the grassroots origin of the events. I don't think there'll ever be something like Dota's. Yes. Total 6-figure tournament earnings. Yeah. Yep. Nothing that everything be something like Dota's. It's hard to say. I think it's also because fighting games are harder. I do believe a free-to-play model could be pretty successful with a fighting game. But like Dota and stuff, they have such huge backing, like takes a little help. But then you get tricky, you get scumbags like me who want to keep it, you know, the power of that with the players, because I think it's better in the end. But some people don't like that. I don't want some asshole corporation deciding what's good. Is that the mirror? Yeah. So right here on the other edge. Did I really do that? Oh, that's fine. Okay. So, totally forgot to do this. That's the underside. Oh man, I didn't even touch that. That's funny. No. But I think we could have huge tournaments. You know, professional sports has a huge range of stuff. I used to think it was like the nature of fighting games, but I think it is. You know, I'm sort of going back on what I said. I think that's a part of it, but you know, physical sports have such a huge range of stuff. Professional athletes or whatever. Really, I don't care if people are making huge money off fighting games. Like, I mean, that'd be nice, but man, the thrill of the battle is what's important. You get this shit where like you don't have open tournaments anymore. I'm just like, ugh. And, like people who can afford to travel get the better competition. It's just like, ugh. Give me a dedicated fighting game network so we have good connection, get more players, everyone will become better. These are all, you know, things that are super easy to say, not easy to do, I know that, but just define these edges, adding some occlusion, some more. Outline a little too strongly there. Maybe. We're seeing this mostly from the bottom. I don't like that. Super 5's copying League's financial model. It's not good competitively, are they? I guess more reasons not to play Street Fighter 5. They have a pay to not grind system, shutting off players from all the character options out there. Disposal initially is a really bad idea. Yeah, I have mixed thoughts about that. I have this. I do want to make a fighting game one day. I have this idea of a free-to-play model where when you sign up, you get one character, and then you just like pay like $3 per character. That might even be a model like in other games. And fighting games are different. Like you can win just being dope at one character. But I also have this like other incentive where it's like sort of tag based, and you'll want to try out other characters. I don't want to get into the mechanics too much, especially on this is like a game. I mean, I guess I've technically started development on it, but I'm gonna wait till this is done. Might even make 3 more games before that ever happens, but I would be curious at the very least. I feel like that seems appealing. You know, you get one free character, and then on your account, you can unlock more. And again, there's a system where like your combinations of characters gives you more options. And if it's balanced, it's not like you're buying more, you just like have more options. And anyway. But it needs to be sustainable. You want good servers, you want competition. It's hard, there's just so many risks. Fighting games. Holy cow! I never touched that? Sorry, there's just like asset I didn't even like do anything with yet. Is it this? Don't unwrap like this, folks. think it is. I thought those were all... I didn't know they were facing that direction. And that direction is down. Look at this. So yeah, this layer, grab the black, 50%. I didn't want the other stuff to get darker. It shouldn't have. It should actually be that same color. It looks like it got darker though. So just to be sure, do that. Bam. All right. Crisis averted. We'll do this. Whoop. Keep some gradient. Too much. Pretty good. It's not perfect though. This whole thing is such a pain. This thing. The headaches I went through, and then now it's still just coming back. And I knew it would. It's like now I feel like I have to do these all individually. So the gradient looks nice. And it's an asset. Not too many people will see, or a portion of the asset, but who knows? Just don't want anything looking ugly. Will not be a part of that. Let's make sure. It's just real dark. We'll go in and outline some stuff too. It's like, where the hell is the rest of this? It's like, I'm not even liking how this looks really. Just gonna darken some of this. The gradient look was too strong. That's better. Again, where's the rest of this? It's like here. Alright, cool. Heard you like gradients. Here we go. Whoop. Alt select to deselect portions at least. That not even show up. Is this something I didn't model correctly? No, it's in there. Just gotta really darken it. It's like it's dragging really slowly. A little less dark. Looks pretty good. Going and outline some of that stuff. Hit this. We want top to bottom as well. Finding user suffering. Probably make another game if I knew I could do as well, making more. And then we switch up Street Fighter 6. Yeah, fighting gamers are fiercely independent, so it makes it hard to, you know, work together when we need to. Fortunately. That's also one of the appeal, you know, so it's hard. It's oxymoronic. Paradoxical, rather. Find these edges some more. Go in here. There we go. Instant art. Again, we haven't even touched that stuff. Oh, this is so slow going. But it's turning out. I can't be salty about it. Can't be mad about it. Trying to use salty as a more specific emotion, but everyone has been throwing it at me lately, so now I'm like saying it. I feel like it is more of a specific thing where you're like just really pissed and frustrated at yourself. Like you're blaming others, but really you're mad at you. Went the wrong way, but it looks good. Do that. Looks cool. Looks good. Hit it one more time. And come from the top is what I wanted to do. It's almost like, should I do a cast shadow here too? I don't know. Ooh, got a big itch, but I don't want to stop. Here we go. It's really dark, but it's like the situation we're in, eh? Now I'm thinking, shouldn't have done that bottom one. I should define those edges instead of, now it looks better. It's gonna be tricky to get it perfect. Look at this dumb model and its stupid UVs. I hate this thing. It looks cool though. I really like this asset. I'm just like, I'm glad it's turning out. Like, I'm glad I haven't had to fidget with too much stuff. It is lacking contrast. Hopefully I can. But really, like when it's lit, it's looking pretty sharp. Let me hit it in the scene again. But I haven't done any speculars yet. Well, I've done a little bit right in here, but. Yeah, just so many places that just need more definition. I think that's it. Just outlines and speculars and go up under here. I'll hit that. And that is right here. Yeah, I haven't even touched that. Okay. That was the other way. To do it from this side. So I have that arch in there, it makes it really dark. Is it even showing up? I can't tell. I am doing it. No, it should be that side. It's showing up over there for some reason. I was just totally wrong. Alright. confusing me. Alright, cool. I do want a little bit more here though. And the original thing is that. Boom. Sweet. Should have saved a selection for this. It's not taking too long. Give more of an edge there. Boom. Looks good. We're going to be looking up at that, so that's why it's... You know what? I'm going to go a little nuts. Try something I wouldn't normally do. Again, it's because we're looking up at this one, more than we're going to be looking down at this asset. At this part of the asset. So I'm going to try 5%. I'm going to do a gradient like that. To really pull that apart. So now we have more definition there. That looked nice. Cool. Looked good. This looks pretty sharp up here. So let's see. Actually, I'm going to take a break. I won't stop the stream, but I am going to. I'm out of fudge. Can't continue. So I'm going to go get some stuff, grab an apple, and be back in a few. Look. Yeah, there's some songs left. Alright, cool. Oh shit. I guess you can hear me. You just dump fudge crumbs everywhere. All over these Christmas cards. Next time I'll get a plate. back. Just waiting. Let's see. I spent more time watching episode 7. Like Street Fighter 5, and it's like, yeah, that's fine because you're. Like, Star Wars? It's like a modern successor to Vagrant Story. Yeah. I'm not trying to copy Vagrant Story, but I'd be lying if it wasn't one of my biggest influences, so. And thank you. It's nice to hear. But yeah, definitely that feel. Character action plus dungeon diving. And see where it takes us. Yeah, he's playing that a bit, kind of. I don't know what you mean exactly. Did you mean like you meant Star Wars? I think, but we need a new. Ooh, we could do that. All right, back in it. Got an apple. Bought these Fuji apples. The picture didn't do. Oh, I don't know if I tweeted it. They're fudging massive, and they're good too. But they're like the craziest, biggest apples I've ever seen. I am not hungry enough to tackle an apple that big. Excuse me. But I got these Jonah Gold, which are usually the cheapest. They weren't as cheap as. They're all about comparable. They're not Honey Crisp, which were $4 a pound. Those are good if you've never had a Honey Crisp, but they're not worth the $4 a pound. It's crazy. Especially when Jonah Gold are sometimes like 70 cents a pound. Anyway, Apple economics isn't why we're here. Actually, it's whatever we want to talk about, right? Oh, God, it's good. Set this up. Yeah, there's one I wanted to hit. It's this. That is. That was you, but it's not. You're the. Isn't it though? No. It's a top. It's something that's missing. Where is it? I'll find it. Oh yeah, it's up here. So I didn't even see it or deal with it yet. Whoop. So try this. It's the classic. Actually, one more. Let's do this first because I don't know how to tackle it quite yet. So we'll do these. Pull it away from those. More like that. And then bibbidi bobbidi boo. How could you? There we go. Do white here. To give that a stronger edge. So got that right there. That looks rock solid. Real simple. Looks really good. Don't want it too bright, but I want to pull it across all the way. There we go. Looks nice. Put that in there. Pull it across once more with the dark. Getting kind of depressed. It's like, it's not like a strong depression. Just, my family's gonna be gone for Christmas. And even if it wasn't Christmas time, I just, I always miss my family when they travel. I just get nervous because I hate travel. Kaya and I, we know it. We know that life of hating travel. And, I just get nervous for other people when they travel too, even though when they love it. Like my sister, she travels all the time, out of the country. And just get so nervous. Did I have? No? Just wasn't showing up very well. Let's use a brush. A stronger edge here. Oh no! I can't believe I did that. I didn't have it all selected. Well, that's why you're here. The surprises, the twists and turns of creating art. All the lessons we learn along the way. About life, about creating, about Street Fighter. Too dark though. I was thinking about doing a dark to light situation on the bottom, but I think it really needs a dark. 10%. Alright, sorry for not checking the chat sooner. Hey there, Travel Sucks. What are you making? Dude, that's lousy. I'm sorry. What are you making? Well, I'm working on a texture. Aragon. Please correct me if I mispronounce your name. Right, it's just Aragon. Making a 3D character action game. Has lots of character development and customization, and takes place inside the Citadel, which is this huge underground labyrinth. And you're kind of exploring that, fighting monsters and fighters, and just learning about it, and getting cool moves and finding secrets. And specifically, I'm just working on this texture for this bad boy. Citadel Deep is the name. Spread the word. Coming in 2020. My mom always has all these weird candles burning right next to the apple, so they always have these weird flavors. And one would be fine, like if this was only pine like flavored. But there's like, I don't know what it is. Pine is one of them though. So I'm eating this pineapple. Oh, I didn't even mean to do that. Why not bake the light in Unity? Shadows. I get that question a lot. So you'll get my lengthy answer. I just... I mean, basically, it's... I will be baking these light, like the point lights and stuff. I don't know how to set it up totally yet. But the texture itself, you know, I have a particular look that I can't get. Some people will say it's like, well, you could bake in the ambient occlusion, you could project light, you know, from front, you know, from a perfect front view, bake all that in. And I may start doing that in the future. But really, there's just lots of little details that I want in there. And my general look is to like use these point lights. I have like really desaturated assets. Maybe if you ask it a little more specifically what you mean exactly. Like, how did you phrase it? Why not bake the light in Unity? I mean, that's basically it. I like the touch that I can give it. I notice, I mean, not always, you know, some people are better at executing it, but there's just lots I want to do still, and, that came out wrong. There's just a certain look I want. I want it to be more illustrative. There's lots of things that doesn't happen naturally with light that I do. I outline my edges. I, you know, force light in certain areas that wouldn't be to define edges and faces. I do all sorts of stuff. You know, I want it to be like my drawings and my paintings, you know, in 3D. And then, you know, use 3D in other ways. Like I use these point lights. I'm going to project shadows. I really wish you could do negative values with point lights. I don't know why you can't. I might see if it would even work. So it would be lovely to just have point lights that subtracted color. It would look great. It would just look so good. You could have these dark shadow shapes and it would just be baller as heck. And I know there's ways to do it. I just haven't messed with it yet. I just wish it was a default with the point lights. Just looking here. Seeing what more edges we can pull out. We could pull these out. Pull out this arch shape. Because I darkened it because of that gradient. And now... Or we could just pull this back. I think I want the arch to pull forward more. You can make a high poly model and then make a texture of it. Put it on a low poly model. I'm not sure. I mean, if the camera is not going to get within 3 meters, it can be a flat texture. I don't totally follow what you're asking me. Sorry. You can make a high poly model, right? Like you can do normal maps, and you can, you know, make high poly, and then, you know, cast a light on it, bake that in, throw that on a low poly texture, and it would probably look pretty cool. High poly modeling, I'm not into. Like I'm not like trying to brag, but like. This isn't a look you can typically get. Like we look down like at these arches and stuff, and it's looking sweet. Like you can kind of, but it's really illustrative. It's not naturalistic. It's hard to get that totally through a mechanical process. And again, there's things you could do. There's probably steps I could take out of my texturing. But this is what I know for now. What was the other part of the question? I just say, where's stuff? I'm just a programmer. The camera's not going to get within 3 meters. Whoops. True. But I don't 100% subscribe to that. There is still a noticeable difference. Excuse me. That is a really good rule of thumb. But, you know, I'm trying to, you know, elevate it a little bit. And these are going to be in closed quarters a lot of the time. There's going to be big open areas and stuff. But, I don't know, I believe in pushing the polys a little bit more if you can get away with it. Again, I can because I'm going to have a lot of these like enclosed areas. And, it makes a difference. Like, I don't know, look at Bloodborne. They model the heck out of everything in that game. And a lot of the stuff you get away with textures. And there's like some normal mapping stuff to even push it further. But, you know, I don't want normal map things. The look I'm getting now, I'm really happy with. By running into problems down the line, you know, it's not easy to fix. Well, easy to fix. It may be time consuming, but it is easy to fix. But yeah, like this stuff could have been textured. This right here could have been textured. But I just, as an artist, you know, I notice those things in other games. Like they're saying, well, you know, no one's going to notice. Sometimes they won't. There's probably some stuff in here I could have textured. But it helps me, like when I'm just working on it. And really, I don't know, I feel like it matters. These lights are going to be hitting in different ways, in different scenes, and I guess just the bottom line is I notice a difference. And if it's not like hitting my performance, then let's let it rock. Because overall it's easier. Just add a few more edges and planes that I can, you know, work with on texture and lighting level. Wait, what? We used to say that when a game is heavy, due to model, we can cock it and triple a game. You'll have to clarify that. It might be like autocorrect, or maybe I just don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. Programmer versus artist conversations are interesting. Yeah, and I'm like a pretty technical artist. as a professional technical artist, I say it's okay to break that rule a little bit. Especially with environments. That was the other thing I wanted to mention. You know, they're static. I follow that rule more closely with my characters. If we check out Kate right here, there's a ton of stuff I could have textured here. You see her so small on the screen. You know, there's going to be times where you see her up close. But I really didn't need to. And she's not static. She's a skin mesh. It's like, it's more computational. But these are all static meshes. They're just hanging out, baked in light. Like, just throw some extra polys on there. You won't regret it. And it's really easy to get rid of if you need to. It's not like it's that same thing. It's not a skin mesh. You don't have to reskin it. You won't run into any issues, really. As long as you know, break down the mesh a certain way so it doesn't like F with the texture too much. Just noticing some stuff I need to work on. Like that underside. Love this song so much. It's so sweet. Oh my god, I can smell the patizza in my room. It's so good. If y'all never had patizza, it's spelled like potica, P-O-T-I-C-A. It's so good. It's like this, it's nuts and raisins, and you just grind it up and you bake it into this bread and like roll it. God, it's so good. It's just not like too strong. Like so many holiday sweets are really strong. And I love fudge, man. But sorry, it's just like stole my soul. I just got a whiff of it. I gotta take a bite. Pizza, you're my love. Mmm. Oh, call it trick leaking. Characters like this can have 15k no problem. You'll have to forgive me. I don't know a lot of like what's standard or whatever. I forgot how many polys she has. It wasn't egregious. Uh, 31, 26 tries. So not too bad. But they're also drawn twice, the characters are, because they have a outline shell. So they get drawn twice. Let's get back to it. So let's hit this. God, that pizza's good. Oh, God. I hope it keeps. Something. Oh, yeah, I didn't even hit that. Okay, no wonder. Bam. Let's include some stuff here. And I try and put the center of the brush slightly on the outside. If you try and do it like right in the middle, you'll often get this. It is not noticeable right here. But if you go in your game, you'll see it's like slightly lighter here. That stuff just shows up in 3D. Just don't do it. just shows through, man. I don't know why it does it. Because it's so minor. But you'll notice it. And we will do one of these. We should probably do these, right? Oh, and 5%. Let's see. Let's check it in the scene first. Already, that looks 1,000 times better. Oh yeah, we need to do that. Hit it one more time. Actually, 10%. Bam. A bam. Bring this one out more. Bam. Actually, I'll bring this one out more too. Good golly, that looks good. All right. So, just want to make sure I'm at a point where it's like it might be time to start doing the speculars. We did a little bit here, but we want to bring that highlights all over the place. And we'll do some broad strokes where we pull some of this out with light and push some back with dark. And then try to do some fancy texture and stuff in here. But I'll probably add the surface texture first. Because I don't want to have to do something in there if I don't have to. Like, it would look good, but I don't have a great idea for it. And this whole set is kind of like, I wouldn't dare call it minimalistic, but it's bigger, simple shapes. Let's see. How do you model foliage? I still see people make trees and grass and fighters. 2D. Yeah, it's going to be a mix. I'm going to do like just stacking a bunch of 2D stuff. That's probably what I'm going to work on next week too. I'm going to finish this up. Might do like staircase, floor, and ceiling for this. That goes with this. But I'm really excited to start doing plants. I love drawing plants. I only had like one plant in Ace's Wild. This palm tree. And just excited for doing that. Having planters, adding color, adding, just single colors like greens and stuff. But then being able to splash it with more vibrant colors in different places. Just the beauty and mystery of plants, man. They're just gorgeous. Anyway, there's lots of things. That's going to require some research. You can see my disgusting quote-unquote pine trees over here. Look at these guys. That is just rock solid. It's like one texture repeated. That was my first attempt. This was like the first week working on this game, which is almost a year ago. Technically, I started on Kate's model a year ago in November. So over a year now. But, yeah. So I'm still learning. I've seen some really good low poly stuff. Basically, it's this principle. You can see this is transparent. You have transparent planes. You just stack them up on each other, make it look good. And, you can make them procedural too. Just make it, a handful of leaves and branches and things like that. Unity has a pretty good tree builder. Their tree shader is pretty good. I'm using it here. It kind of does some like view stuff. It'll like sort of fake subsurface scattering, sort of. That might not be what's intended. You can see it like glitching out here when I go like this. But it's kind of what it looks like. Anyway, it looks dope. Ugh, excited to just have these huge like dungeons and stuff. Ugh. Big old staircase. This is an actual scene in the game. This is all testbed stuff. So, let's get to work. There's a lot of talking. Let's take a bite of apple. For those white pieces in the corners, add the ambient occlusion. Whole thing's white, my friend. I'm not sure what you mean. And there's a lot of corners. Unless you meant something totally different. I really don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. Big trees. Gotta be the most successful middleware. Yeah, maybe. Is the camera rotation gonna be locked? No, it's just like how we were playing. There's probably going to be some dynamic stuff. There will be, like scene events where I will, pan the camera up or whatever. There's going to be dynamic stuff with, landing, like certain moves against enemies. Like if you do a dash, I'll probably do some camera stuff to make that more intense. You land a counter hit when you defeat a boss, But yeah, no, just free camera. I'll probably have different modes. I would love a mode that doesn't track. Like if I go like this, classic. It's not as good as Mario 64, but that's what it's influenced by. So when I turn, it follows behind. But it doesn't necessarily. Some people, and it's understandable, they make it so it targets the back no matter what you're doing, and so it always just like swings behind. And it's understandable. Mine doesn't quite do that. But I would love a camera that just locks. And I can cheat here. This is a glitch. It's supposed to be targeting an enemy, but there's no enemies, so there's nothing going on. That's why I got all choppy too, because it's throwing tons of debug stuff. We don't know that camera. Probably have a lot of different kinds of cameras so you can look around. I would love one that's free, but doesn't fall behind when you're running. So that way I can like maintain like sort of this angle, kind of like this, you know what I mean? So you can keep looking at stuff at the angle you want. You know what I'm saying? But the slot camera looks pretty sweet. Whoop! Mate, you gonna have that rag bounce. Yeah, you mean her chest? Man, come on. Come on. Yeah, it is armor. No, I didn't add any extra stuff like that. I was new to it. I didn't want to get in over my head. You know, I didn't add any stuff like to her hair or anything. She had a trench coat in her original design. And actually, like way back in the day, I had a similar game idea, the similar character, and they had this short jacket like this. But I got rid of that because I was having problems having like cape dynamics. Part of it is because I need to model it a certain way to have these black outlines. No, it's a chest plate. Not like to sexualize my characters. I do appreciate natural movement in the human body, but that stuff can be distracting. You can do it like in good ways. I don't make sexy characters that often anyway, though, so not a big concern for me. I can be a camera script. Okay, here's the type of front piece I kind of want Naomi to actually have. Sweet. Ashley Riot had assless chaps. Ashley Riot was some kind of dude. It's true. Some of the other dudes had great armor. Ashley's one was interesting. What else was I gonna say? Oh no, I'm fine with the camera. I appreciate the help, but not too worried about camera stuff right now. Let's get back to it. One more bite of apple. But back to the quote-unquote bouncing rack. Not trying to blow you up, but we all make decisions, right? Art comes from nothing. We're building something up, and you're like, you know, why have this natural body movement there? Well, I want it more realistic or whatever. Well, there's a million other things you could have made more naturalistic or realistic that don't seem to do much. So it's hard to say you're not just trying to make it sexy or whatever. And this game isn't about being sexy, so I definitely don't want that. I would like it if her armor moved more like armor and her jacket and things like that, but it's not too important. But as for things like that, you know, you don't even need to see or have an explanation like that to know what people are doing when they have that sort of implementation. I do like a little bit of it, like Astaroth had it in a couple of Soul Caliburs. I think having it on like big muscles and things like that, and you know, that conveys something as well. Literally rippling, bouncing muscles. That's awesome. You know, bouncing boobs are cool too, but this is about fighting. It's not about, uh, you know, being sexy or eroticism or whatever. Which I love. Like, I'm all about it, but I don't like mixing it in for no reason. And women are sexualized by default all the time, and I am super against that, so I will not be doing that. Again, not trying to blow you up, but you have reached a stream where we feel strongly about that stuff. Many of my followers do too, so. Hopefully that was said in a way that wasn't aggressive. What did I want next? This I haven't even touched. I'm not even sure it's that important. I think it's like literally the bottom. Yeah, that's funny. I didn't even see that when I was doing this other thing. Here we go. Do the original... God, I forgot what it's called. Fudge. Oh my god. Anyway, Phoenix Wright music when you, like, get the dude cornered, maybe? Is that what it's called? I like the original music better. This one's pretty good, but I knew I was gonna do that. Oh well. Looks good. Well, most of those fighting girl got bouncing boob right. I don't know what you mean, like girls in fighting games or whatever. And in real life, no. They wear a sports bra because it's silly. It's a little dark right there. Oh, yeah, it got real dark. Smudge it out. Probably good. I mean, I can't get that perfect because it's not lined up there. I guess what I can do is darken that, but I don't want it too dark. That was what I did before. I mean, back here, well, I feel like we could go one shot darker. Where is that? Real talk, where is that? Oh, I don't know where anything is. Let's see. The very top here. Go. Is it? Oh my god, where is it? Is it this? Is it this guy? I think it is. I hope so. I don't want. It is. Thank goodness. Go one less. Bam. Whoop. Gosh darn it. Boom. There we go. So, I think I'm at a point. Got most of the ambient stuff in there. Just gonna have to refine this stuff. Here's one where we haven't touched much. I'll hit that up a little bit. Right here. Static camera following, you can delete the faces on the back. You don't see. Right, and I could split this. Oh, if you have static camera. Well, yeah, I mean, Maybe you don't mean this asset or whatever, but you're gonna be seeing this from all sides. So export the grayscale. You can use that as a light map. Yeah, not too interested in that kind of stuff right now. Again, I have a look that I like a lot. Anyway. New layer. We're gonna get to it finally, I think. Start adding some more specular type stuff. Pump this up. No, wait. All the way. All the way. Nope. Start here. I'm in the middle. We have a little bit lighter. Okay, good. Good. We have transfer on. Sorry, I got apple in my mouth. A little bit of gradient. We don't want it too thick though. Oh yes, it looks good already. We're bouncing around a lot, which stinks. So this is that same edge, just at the top here. And we're going to graduate the brightness from the bottom to the top for variety's sake, and because we have that darkness coming from the top, and you're going to be seeing this from a low angle a lot, so it makes, I don't know if sense is the right word, but here's a logic to it. Hit these, which we haven't even touched yet. Boom! Gosh, that looks good already. I was like, why aren't these popping? It's like, oh, I haven't hit these yet. So, now we'll hit these. Same way. We're just hitting these corners. It defines the edge. It's a natural behavior of light. Again, like the corners of things are a million different angles, and so they catch the light. Ramp these up a little bit. Well, those are the other ones. Still want it brighter. Make it a little bit fatter and a little bit lighter. Just give it a little bit more of a glow, not just the specularity. Oh, yes. Just see all that shining through. It looks nice. Gonna need it more on here. I knew I would, but actually I want it stronger here. You're back. Where are you from? I am from wonderful windy Wyoming. I've lived here my whole life. It is dry and cold and way high up in the mountains. It's the least populated, so we have We went down to third highest suicide. Sorry about ramp suicide, but it's really lonely here, and it's one of the reasons. There's just so few people. But super low standard of living. It's really cheap to live here. I just love it. It's really beautiful. It has a unique just ecosystem because it's so dry. It's a desert, but so high up. You just get some unique stuff. Get really hardy plants and animals. So yeah, let's hit these. Make it pop. Especially if it's in the front. We're gonna brighten that up a bunch. Boom. These edges. Pop. And here's a bottom facing edge. Oops. I'm gonna blend that out. But you can cheat a little. You could do dark here if you wanted. And we probably will, like under here. But you can do a little bit of light too. It's not realistic, but it looks good. And it communicates. So we're just laying in these values. Gonna go a little bit bigger, a little bit lighter to give it that glow. Oh man. Oh geez. Oh man. Looks a little bit better in the texture. We'll make it better though. Compared to it. It didn't deliver as strong as I thought it would in the scene. Let's check that. Looks better though. I mean, that's a step up. And let's hit those. I haven't even touched that. So I'm gonna go down below, add a new layer. Hopefully I remember that I'm on a new layer when I go back. Just gonna define these edges with black. Cut this in a bit. Some ambient stuff, make the corners darker. And if I ever ignore like any comments, sorry, I just missed it. Try to read everybody's, but if I don't know, or if I think you said something childish, I do not give feedback. Or not saying anyone did. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Like I was talking about it earlier in the stream. I've already run into some trolls, and trolling is really boring to me. I just don't really tolerate it. I didn't kick them; they were gone before I could like even kick them or anything. It's just, I think it's real dumb. So I'm just laying a little bit of darkness here. Smudge it out. Just adding a little bit of value. Getting a little bit ahead of myself by doing this. I should just be working on these speculars. Should stay focused, but I wasn't happy with how that was looking, so just adding a little bit of value here. Boom. Bam. Oh yes, that's good. Yeah, we're gonna brighten that whole thing. Let's let it rock. Let's do it. So, go like this. Go like this. Hold Alt to deselect. Go back up to our highlight layer. Grab this. And try going all the way like that. Like this. I'll just do it flat. 10%. 5%. There we go. So that pops forward more. Looking good. Use any material on it. New one, never heard of. By adding shadows in the texture, dynamic light could look weird. It can, but it can also look really good still. You know, I'm using point lights, so it's sort of a gradient effect anyway. It's not, you know, I mean, it's still directional, but it's more about adding color and light. Like, you know, I'm using, like, not trying to sound like braggardly here, but, you know, I don't use it like just as a point light. Like, I use it more artistically. You you know, it's providing color, it's providing different values across everything to create variety. But I think it looks fine. Like, and really, blacks can't get lit, like, because of the lighting. And you can write your own shaders, like, but let's go like this. Intensity max. I mean, it's kind of getting lit, but I'm not sure that's pure black. But like the pure blacks won't get hit. Like, try and like amp it up. Just trying to make it brighter and brighter. It's just not working. You like, you know, set off a nuclear bomb in here, and it's like the blacks are still black. So anyway, it's, you know, it's a nice algorithm for how the light hits it. Is what I'm getting at. And really, it like follows a lot of the rules I've already set. So I'm like over here, like this is all gray. That is the other thing. Like these grays, they look really blue, but like this is just gray. But since I have this yellow orange light, you just get this real nice looking look. And thank you, by the way, for your compliment. I mean, you look out the light next to it. Oh yeah, no, we've been doing both. It's a good comment though. Bam, right here. We have it unlit. It's probably picking up a little bit, but it's good enough over here. But yeah, we've been looking at both. It's very important to look at both, actually. So we can see here, you know, maybe it could use more contrast. Pop this out a little bit. We still need to hit up these. This could pop out even more. We'll probably end up doing that. Wyoming is right in the middle of the U.S. It's above Colorado. Its neighbors north of Colorado. Southwest is Utah. East is Nebraska. North is something else. I forget what's north. Northwest is Montana. It's right in the middle of the Rocky Mountains. That's why we're up so high. The east is Nebraska, tons of fields. To the west is like Utah, and I forget what's directly west, but sort of deserty. But as it hits Utah, it starts to get nice again. All right, I'll hit these posts. I keep avoiding these posts. I'm actually going to brighten this a little bit more. It's like, should this one be brighter? Don't want to go too nuts, but maybe too nuts. A little bit dark in here too. Looks good. And there's a, whenever people bring it up too, I guess not in this case, just, there's this Garfield sketch from the Garfield cartoon. It's a really good sketch too, but it says, like, it's a weird sketch, but basically it's about Wyoming and how Wyoming doesn't actually exist, and the name Wyoming means no state here. Like back in the day when they made the map, it was like they forgot to fill it in. It's silly. Just add some definition here. Again, I'm avoiding those posts. Not intentionally, I just keep seeing other things. A bit in there. I forgot to do this. I thought I had done it. Define these edges a little bit better. All right, let's hit these posts. Go to highlight. Go a long way to make these look sharp. So we're hitting the edges here. There's an edge here. We'll hit that. I'm pressing harder. Let's say I'm not pressing as hard when I hit the shadows. We still do a little bit to define those edges. But you don't want them too bright in the shadows. It looks bad. You might be able to get away with it. Like if you do it and you like it, then do it. Personally, for my style, I don't like it. These again, do a little bit of graduation. You know, there's parts where it's a lot brighter. Near the top, it's just lined up a little bit better, but it should be fine. Do this, go across. Have you ever heard of the Wyoming incident? It was this like ARG thing? That was another reason I think that they picked Wyoming, because it's the least populous. So you could like get away with like having this like fake news station and stuff. Anyway, it's this really cool, scary ARG thing. You should look it up. It's one of the scariest videos I've ever seen. Maybe it's because I like watched it when it was at nighttime too, but the Wyoming incident, it's pretty cool. Alright, it's looking pretty sharp. This could be sharper. We just need more definition in there, more clarity. What's it? Hit those top posts too. The song escalates in a few measures here, and it's so rad. And it's like a medley, so it's like it's in a few songs. So there's this part where it just like ramps up and like kicks into this badass song. I love it. Already that looks good. So we're showing some speculars there. Now, similarly, some of that gradient went away, so we're going to add in black a little bit just to find that edge, give it that illustrative quality, even do some painterly stuff like this. Blend it out if it looks too brushstrokey. We don't want it to look like brushstrokes. We want it to look like value. Killing it. Pull it up a little like this. Out of the shadows. Excuse my voice. Disable light effect on the scene tab. There's a toggle light button. Yeah, it's America. I'm sorry. I really like how that texture looks on the sheet. Nice thing is if you use grayscale texture. Yeah, that is also why I work with grayscale. I add gradient maps. Oh man, I missed the climax! This is the part. It's so cool. I love this song. Oops, a little white there. Under this, hold on, because I knew there's a way to do that, and I actually do want to know how to do that. Disable light effect. Under the scene tab, there's this toggle light button. I thought so too, but like, so is it this, or is it this, or is it just no? It's just that. Unfortunately, it defaults to a shader. It doesn't do them unlit. So yeah, no, that would be really useful, but it doesn't do that. It defaults to this, you know, black is ambient shader. It can go straight to hell. If it actually did unlit, which is what I want, it would be nice. Because see, this unlit, no light, add it, it lights it. It's like, okay, I want it unlit though, dog. No. Thanks for the tip, but yeah, that should not do that, or there should be an option to change it. Pisses me off. Let's see. Grayscale texture. Yeah, and on these assets, I feel a little bad. I've done a bunch of assets where I haven't added color. Let's see. Differently, should do that. I like that. North is snow. In America, it is a really how the texture looks on the sheet. Yeah, why do you? Why do you like it on the sheet? Because it kind of pisses me off just looking at it. We're gonna hit this arch. It's been pissing me off. Lock this out again. Man, I love Phoenix Wright. Really want the new one. I hope it comes to America. I zoomed in a little bit too close here. At least the scrolling is working fast. Quickly. Quickly. Oh, you jerk. Oh my god. Like, some dumb bullshit right at the end. Thing you do. Add selection. So now we're back in there. Alright, so this is going to be a pain. I use the mouse. Go real low opacity. The reason I go real low opacity, let me show you. So it's like you do this, click, you hold shift and click again, and then click more. It adds an extra click here, even though we're just holding shift the whole time. And it looks disgusting. Like, it's hard to see there, but if you do it like this, because we're low opacity, so we do it again, and it overlaps, and it's like, oh, it's hideous, like, God. And so that's why we do that. But if we spread it out, it helps mitigate that, and if we're real low opacity, it helps mitigate it. And you can do it by hand, but like this arch is just kind of a pill. And I'm gradually going away from it. I don't want it as bright on the edges here. I want it lighter than what it is right now, though, so let's get nuts. Let's go 20. Check that. Looks much better. Fades to the side. Probably just go nuts now. More painterly. Should we get transfer on? Have transfer on, excuse me. 5%. Just start. So we want it brightest right up in here. They got a little too thick, which is annoying. Could smudge it out. Ugh, it's hard though. It doesn't look like shit. No, it looks better. It worked out. All right, good. Do need to play it over here too. Right here. Got too thick. You're doing this stuff for a living? Not 100% yet. I was working full-time and then part-time when I was finishing up my last game. And then now, I got a big lump sum from the first sales. That was about 2 years ago. But I still work part-time. Only 14 hours a week, though. At incredibly... It's not technically minimum wage, but it's really low paying. It's only $8 an hour. Help pay for loans and stuff. And I do live with my mom. I pay a lot. I pay her a lot for rent, but it helps in other ways. When I buy groceries, it's like it does help. I don't want to like, I don't just live off her, but living with your family is helpful. But I get a fair amount each month. This past sale was really dope, which was nice. And the lump sum was tremendous. And I was also part of this bundle with Humble. It was one of their weekly bundles. I feel like I had a good game, but was also paired up with like a couple other really good games. And it was more than I've made off anything else. Just that 1 week. It's crazy. So I'm on my way. I'm not totally independent yet. I have thoughts of like doing a Kickstarter for this, maybe in another year. If only to help pay for the musicians, so I don't have to do just royalties, so I can pay them up front. Just feel more comfortable with it. But yeah, mostly. I mean, mostly the job is just to pay for my student loans. If you click on the material, you can click on Shader, Legacy, Unlit. My friend, that's what we got. Like, these are Legacy Unlit. It's just this defaults it for some reason. I mean, maybe you can change it when it's there. No, yeah, it's just a weird thing. I don't know, it looks nice. It all connects together, nice on the sheet, and looks like a structure. I don't know. Cool. Hey, I'm glad. I'm Dutch. Find all technology boring because we are all inventors. Ha! If you make a path, then add a stroke to it. Yeah, it's something I never figured out. Use a pirate ability if I ever get control of it. Just on my computer. 5e window. What? Because a new computer is cheaper than Adobe Pack. It's true. Glad to hear stuff's still going well. Yeah. It can fluctuate, but yeah, this last sale was great. And I lowered the price a ton. I was like, you know what, let's just go nuts. I don't like what's happening there. I'm gonna smudge out that. Oh, whoops, I had the brush. I thought I had the smudge tool. So yeah, just smudging this away. It's a little bit too bright. Looks better. Again, I'm going to do that thing I said. Control-Shift-D. Try it this way. Just throw a gradient like all the way across here. 25%. And thanks, kind. Yeah, it is. It's going nice. Problem with like pumping this up is it washes it out because then we have to like redefine everything. I like how that looks. I was already at 5%. Let's do like 3%. That might be good enough. Yeah, it pops out. Again, it washed it out a little bit. That looks fine. This part is just really lacking in definition. There's a jam right here. Just gotta go back in. It goes on the darkness layer by accident. Oh well, it's not too important. Oh, that pizza, I can smell it. I have a giant stag of pizza next to me. Mmm. So good. If you right click on the project window and add new material, you can change a lot of properties of it. Yeah, sorry. Again, I'm a technical artist. Like I wrote a lot of these shaders. The unlit one, obviously, I didn't. But well, and I guess a lot in this scene aren't showing up. But like my particles, I have my own shader and stuff. I got that going. Familiar with that, I guess. I wrote this shader too. It's common though. Like the stuff I got for it is common knowledge. Basically, it's like saying I wrote it is a little far-fetched. But my particle one, I do some stuff. It's probably all been done before too, but you know, it's just straight up written. Delete these, bugging me. It's looking nice. Popping that out looks good. Did adding that do anything? I mean, kind of. Try another approach. Where's your prob, dog? It's like not doing anything. Is he saving? Come on. It's just not popping. It kind of is. It's better than we had before, but... oh well. It's not too important. Might wanna... Actually, I'll hit this first. Those soft edges are pissing me off. A little bit harder like this. Getting a little too painterly right now. I mean, I want this in the end, but I'll just be jumping the gun a little bit. Get that noise in. I might move on to the surface texture now. Well, there's a few. I've got to finish the speculars. I keep getting sidetracked. So we'll do that, and we'll do a surface texture. Try to save my objects. Not working on it at the moment. Don't bother me too much having them in here. So, what's missing? These could be brighter. This could be brighter. This could pop more. Let's pop that out, because that's been something I've been meaning to do. Which one? It's the one that mirrors. Which one is it? Good, it's that one. So I'll brighten that one just a little bit. And 3% again will be good. Do 5%. Oh yeah. So that looks good. I gotta hit the top part of it too. Which should be this. Did I hit the whole thing? I didn't mean to. Darn it. What to do? Just this. Come on, dog. Using the stylus, it's a little fidgety when I unclick. Alright. 5%. Boom. So that's the bottom, and then the top should be this part. Also do that. And hit this. So I'm just making that post pop out a little bit more, that center piece. So right down here. So that, it's real minor, but I think, you know, it adds a little more depth because that's going to pull up. God, I can't believe it's 4:30 already. It's looking sharp. real sharp. Not even sure what. Some of these speculars could be better. We'll hit that real quick. Oh yeah, I'm not even sure I did anything there yet. Whoa. Don't know why that was at 90%. What else spacing? Oh yes, that looks nice. Went a long way, that's good. Let's see. This could have a little bit more. I feel like it was pretty bright already, but there it is. No. Here's what I meant. Here. Brighter in the center. I guess I'll bust out the surface texturing stuff. This is gonna be a pain. I mean, it won't be too bad. It's just, well, yeah, you know what? It won't be. Hopefully. At first, I thought all the separations were gonna be a problem, but well, it worked to our advantage. Let it rock. Let's do it right up front first. Sit up. Sing it in here. Right in here. It's right here. We're on a new layer. Using the classic Tyler Oak constructed technique. Whoop. Hard brush. No spacing. Shape dynamics off. 20%. Transfer on. And we lay in big value shapes. We slowly ease up off of it. Create a gradient. Do a little bit here. We'll cross a little bit right here. We'll give some texture where they cross. Put one right here. And then take a brush, a eraser, a little bit smaller size, no spacing, 10%. Cut into it, gradually creating texture, create different shapes, create more gradients, soften some of these edges, keep some of them hard, cut in from different angles, and these hard edges are going to give you more of a rocky look. If you want a smoky concrete look, use a softer brush. Yeah, just do that. Just on a new layer, right? So you can see it's going to get a lot darker, but see how that's rocking? Looking pretty cool. I'm going to soften up some of that. It's not working perfectly. Destroy some of these edges, the smudge tool. Soften it up. Try and keep some of those hard textures that we made. Rocky texture look. But the smoky looks good too. But here, we'll soften those. I don't even touch those. Pretty cool. It's a little dark. We'll cut back in. Right up in here. The eraser. Again, hard eraser. The soft, or gradual use of it is a unique look and it looks nice. So that's going to be cutting through. Looks a little bit better. It's not ideal yet. It got a little too soft overall. I might just redo that. Going just past midnight here. Got Iron 8. Oh god, Iron 8. It would be cool if you make that texture with this state. The crack state, use a shader to blend those. Is there a soften effect in Photoshop? Yeah, but you don't have as much control when you're using the smudge tool. It's pressure sensitive. That way, you know, I can just smudge a little. There's a blur effect. And there's a newer blur tool, which is totally rad. I like it a lot, actually. But I don't use it much for here. So, I actually hate that. Delete layer. We're going to redo it. I lost some of that hardness. It didn't look good. And I've mentioned this before, but doing values that go all the way across the plane look better. So we're going to do that. Do another one right here. Just try to think of like rocks. Like this is like what you're laying in here is like the subtle gradient that happens from just slight changes in the angle of the face of the rock. Let me cut in with this. It creates an even more rocky look. I'm not loving this either. I'm not sure why. Just not getting the look I typically get. It's looking okay. Let's check it. I don't know why. Just not looking that good. I think I'm laying it in too big. Delete it again. New layer. I'm going to try a little bit smaller shape. Brush. Do some of that. I'm going to go like in like that. Cutting in a bunch. Something I like a little bit more already. Make sure it doesn't look like a brush stroke. Try and keep the edges hard of the edges of the value shapes, but try and make them look natural as well. A little bit better. I don't know why. Usually this is like real easy. That looks a lot better. Oh yeah. I don't know. It just wasn't coming together at first. Light some up in here. And we have to be careful about really distinct shapes on our mirrored edges because they're going to be mirrored, and it will be really noticeable unless you approach it a certain way. Like you can have shapes in here, but try and, you know, use the mirroring to your advantage. So now we're gonna have this, like, you know, little triangle in the middle there. Looks alright. Smudge that. Got some stuff going on in there. Yeah, it's looking nicer. Gets real dark though, so you gotta be careful. Down there is okay, but to this big old face. Excuse me? Like unclicked all of a sudden, it's weird. Same stuff. Okay, shadow shape in cut into it. Again, usually this is really easy. It's not coming together as well as I normally make it, I guess. You're doing a little bit of emphasizing some of these hard edges, destroying them a little bit. Just keeping like rock shapes in mind, or whatever, you know, something's a little bit more marbly. Just keep those in your head, and it goes a long way into making it look good. If you're new to art, you'll think I'm crazy, but most artists will believe you. You know, hold that to be true, that like just thinking about the essence and what it looks like in your head, even if you don't know for sure, will help you be more successful. So at the very least, you'll capture the essence of it, even if it's not necessarily the likeness of it. But there, they're pretty cool. It's a little boring. Sort of a jack. Oh, it looks good on the side here. Just a sort of a general lack of interest on this whole thing here. So we're just gonna go in real light. Go back to a soft brush, 5%. Real light. Turn shape dynamics back on. Actually, I'm gonna go 3%. Spacing out. Just drop in some value. It's real minor. We're just creating variation. Looks better. Ripstream's back. I once made a hologram of the Earth. Found a nice texture of the world. Wanted to erase the sea so it would look transparent. Should land look better. Was it the texture was 64K? Bummer. It's a little stripy, so I'm cutting it again with the eraser. At the risk of this mirror being really obvious, we're going to lay one in here, but I feel like it needs it. Looks like a sad face. It's funny. Soften this a little bit along the mirror. Going back in. And you have to be a little bit careful when you go back in, like if you add more, because when we start cutting in, we're going to be cutting into our old values. But in this case, I want that. I'm just kind of, because I'm not super satisfied. Just want a little more complex. That looks nice. It's a little repetitive. This back one looks good. Add more up in here. I think that's erasing stronger than 10%. Probably isn't. Alright, next thing. Right here. So this is going to be hard again too, because the front to back mirroring is going to be more obvious. But let's see what we can do. It's like these shapes just aren't very strong. Like strong isn't good. Gonna turn shape dynamics on for a minute so we get some more like pointed looking ones. Just cut into them. Might be able to see that wispy look it makes better right there, which is nice. We want that. Speaking so much, my voice all crackly. Combine that with the super soft edges with the smudge tool, and just to get rid of anything you don't like. Smudging it out is a good way. That edge is a little too hard there. So is that? Maybe even that. Like that can look nice, but if it's too contrasty, it just won't look good. That's looking cool. Yeah, right there. That's what I need to get rid of, unfortunately. Just that mirroring, just coming through too strong. So grab the smudge tool and smudge it out. That way we still have some value happening up there, creating some variety. Even though this shape was really cool, we should get rid of it. That, again, you can see it, you know. It's like super mirrored, but you know, at a glance in the scene, just walking by, it looks good. Fact. Almost got too messy. Let's see. Ugh, it's like not even noticeable. Really, like, look forward to this part because it's easy, but it's not going so smooth. Keep that darkness there. Smudge it out instead. Real messy. Looks a little better, I guess. This angle of it looks good. Going off now. I'll contact you for that script sometime this week. Don't worry about it if you're still here. I'm a programmer too. It's not a big deal. I'll ask for help when I need it. Again, I'm just kind of pissed. Like, why is this so... This part's usually fun. Like, you're just laying easy shapes and... Start cutting. It looks good. not even showing up. It's so weird. Freaking me out, frankly. I don't know. Taking me off a little bit though. It's like I'm not looking at it at the right angle. It's like the value isn't changing, and then it just looks really plain in the scene. Anyway, looks good from the side here. Those are looking good. Too dark right there. Okay then, see ya. Yeah, take care, buddy. Thanks for hanging out. I'll drop this below the highlight layer. I had meant to, but subtle change, but now these highlights are on top. What we'd prefer. Actually, I'm just like not realizing it's so late. So I'm gonna take a break. I'd like to say that I would be back on in a bit, but probably won't be. But if I am, I'll let you know. If I work on it while not streaming, all I'm doing is just gonna be repeating that, laying those shadow shapes. Watch an older video where it's like extremely successful. I don't know why it's not looking so high here. They look fine in the, like even down here. Well, I guess that's like the spot I like the most here. Right in here. It turned out perfect. It's supposed to be a simple little thing to do. It's not turning out. This one looks alright. There. Anyway, thank y'all for joining me. That dude was a little, yeah. Yeah. He left. Hopefully. Yeah. Yeah, it was weird. I'm like, yeah, dog, I make video games. Sorry. You don't have to be helpful. Kind of wanted to dunk a little harder, but I'm glad I didn't. Yes, I made sure. Yeah, I know you would, but I was just like a little nervous. Like, ugh, ugh. This angle of it looks really good. So what are you working on? I guess I'll keep chatting at least for a little bit. But I am burnt out on working. Except I see stuff that needs to be done and I want to jump back in. I'm just really sore. I forgot to go on a walk. Woke up late. Ugh. Can't believe I streamed for so long already. When someone doesn't purposely. Yeah. Yeah, and it's, yeah. Yeah, it reminds me of like RPG Maker times where people were like trying to like be like helpful. I remember this one guy was like begging me to like work on this game. And I was like, alright, well this is what I would need. He's like, does it have to be that way? I'm like, fuck, dude, you just bragged for like 3 paragraphs about how good you are at programming, and come on. I'm checking my mail on stream for some reason. Didn't mean to click there and have it. RPing? You RP'd a Sinlin. You mean like you roleplayed it? Good job. I'm getting difficulties out too. It's awesome. I'm not sure I know what context that looks like. Okay, now I don't want to. I want to try this one thing. Another new layer. Do the same thing, but I'm going to go across everything. The problem is like you'll get similar shapes. Like similar angles. I gotta be careful. Hit you too. Everybody's involved. This might look awesome. Some of these shapes I like already. Looks hideous in the texture, you can just see the brush strokes, but let's check it. Oh no, that looks kind of bad. If I smudge some of that out, it might look good. Again, it's gonna be that mirroring problem. It's not gonna be easy to deal with. It's gonna have to be real subtle. I won't be able to do it exactly the same as I normally do. Cut into it a whole bunch. A little better, slightly better. Yeah, not terrible. There's a spot right here that I hate. Right here. Yes, I'm a nerd. I might have to do something with that if I make more stock Sinlin. That's scary. Doesn't hit the right thing. Where is that? Is it here? Must be. Huh? I don't know where that is. He doesn't look bad. It's just not his qualities. Back here it looks pretty good. Let's see. Now I'm like eager to get this done. That's looking pretty solid. I got something I could show you. Sweet. Let me stop.